When I started, I didn't even know that it was possible to make a living off of climbing. No one really cared about my climbing, but they cared about all the one-finger pull-up videos.
So you were the third best climber in the world?
Yeah,
at one point.
And I would say I was like top 10 for 10 years.
Wait, so
but they would even have a cast on their legs.
They'll put casts on, so they're literally not using the muscles.
That is the fastest way of losing muscle. Video idea would be like, how good is Tom Cruise actually at climbing?
So that is actually you.
That's
on
me, that little
my days.
dot up there.
That looks way more than 50 meters, and you are 3/4 of the way up, just hanging there. Look, your legs are just dangling in the sun.
The Good, the Bad, and the Beast podcast with Eddie Hall.
Hey guys, welcome back to The Good, the Bad, and the Beast. Today I am joined by a real-life Spider-Man. He's a good friend of mine. He's absolutely dominated the climbing scene across the world, and he's then switched to social media and managed to accumulate 2.8 million subscribers on his YouTube channel. He's a good friend of mine, and he's here in the studio right now, Mr. Magnus Mitbo. How are you, bro?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Yeah, good, man.
Yeah?
Good. I want to get stuck in straight away, mate. I ask all my guests to bring me something that means a lot to them, that's perhaps, I don't know, like something special in their life, got a good symbolic sort of meaning to them, and something the good that's happened, something bad that's happened, something that's nobody's seen before. Have you brought that with you?
I have. Right. So this, I mean, looks familiar, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's my first ever camera.
So it's the Sony...
It's an A7 III. I bought it in 2018.
Okay.
And I had just spent all my money on my first climbing gym. I invested all my money, so I had to really this was the last money I had. And I spent it all on this camera.
So was this about $3,000-$4,000?
Yeah,
worth?
with the lens, it was like $3,000-$4,000. And it was like, I was just hoping that YouTube would work out and I would make that money back, you know?
Okay, so this was like your flick switch of becoming a climber to someone that actually makes some money.
Yeah, you can say
in
that.
essence.
Yeah.
So look, I'm very invested in my camera kit, and I've had many of these Sony cameras, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and the shotgun mic too. Actually, I've had that since the beginning. I think it was last month, it stopped working because we were in a cave, in a dirty cave, and I got some dirt on it, and it stopped working.
Ruined it. Okay.
And the funny thing is, I asked you a couple of weeks ago if you were willing to go in the cave with me, and what was your answer?
Basically, get fucked. Yeah, Magnus wanted me to go. Is it called caving?
Caving, yeah.
So you literally go into cave, you crawl through tight spaces,
as tight as possible.
That is literally the most. Like one of my biggest fears in life is getting stuck.
Probably one of your only fears too, right?
Yeah. And there's not many things I'm scared of in this world. My dad's belt and caving. Those are the two things I'm most scared of on this planet.
Yeah.
That's not something. Is that something you do for fun?
Well, for YouTube, yeah. But I find it sort of fun, you know, exploring caves and being a little bit outside my comfort zone. I'm not very claustrophobic, so it's not like super scary to me, but there is a certain danger involved for sure.
I wouldn't say I'm not even claustrophobic.
Right.
Like I can go in tight spaces as long as I know I'm not going to get stuck. I can get into like hyperbaric chambers and stuff. But climbing, like there's so many horror stories you've seen of people getting stuck in caves.
And especially when you're your size.
That's what I mean. Yeah, well, I'm 100 and for everyone listening, I'm 161 kilos, 360 pounds.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's many caves I could go in, really.
Probably not. They would have to be pretty big, yeah. So and that was the plan, to take you in a little bit bigger cave. But I think, people would definitely want to see that. So I think it'd be amazing for YouTube. You should maybe rethink it.
Okay. I mean, do you think there's a cave that I could actually fit in? And
absolutely. Crawl your way in.
You just said that so classically.
I mean, I'm not a caver either. So
that was a lie. That was a lie. I'm going to get stuck.
I mean, there's some big caves out there, you know?
Okay. Well, maybe I'll take you up on that. Yeah. Maybe we do some caving.
Yeah.
There's no water in there. There's no
Depends.
Have you seen The Descent? When
I've seen that.
Down Those monsters. There's no monsters. You haven't seen any monsters.
I haven't seen any monsters. No.
Okay.
No.
Right, you made me feel a bit better about it.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. We are the same age.
Born in 88.
1988.
Nice.
I don't want to be horrible or anything, Magnus, but you look a tad little bit older than you, mate. I don't know what it is.
I don't know. Maybe it's the YouTube.
A hard paper round, or
Could be, yeah.
All that climbing out in the snow and that
That could
Norwegian
be.
weather's weathered you a little bit more than it should have.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. When do you start climbing? So if we're the same age,
I started at 10.
10 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it's young, but it's not young compared to today's standard. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
now people start when they're like 2, 3 years old.
Yeah. Well, we've been at the gym together and we've seen toddlers there, haven't we?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It's more accessible now, I suppose.
Yeah.
More climbing places.
Yeah, it was very different back then. I mean, I didn't even know that climbing gyms existed when I started. You know, we had to look it up. And it was sort of more like an underground sport. Now it's so mainstream, everyone climbs. But back then it was like, no one knew what climb. If you said I'm a climber, you think like, oh, you go climb Mount Everest or something, you know?
Yeah. So you live in Norway?
Yeah.
And I imagine there's lots of things to climb in Norway. Is that how it started, just climbing rocks? Or how did you
No, I
get
started
into
in
it?
the gym, and I really liked the gym.
What do you mean, in a climbing
In
gym?
the climbing gym, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
right, it's okay.
My mom took me because before then I climbed on everything, and then my mom thought it was more safe to bring me to an actual climbing gym where I had like a rope and harness, and that was like more safe than climbing trees and being reckless. Did you climb in a lot of trees when you were younger?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I
Because
fell
you've
out.
not always been 150 kilos.
No. So I remember when I was, I think 6 years old, I climbed a massive oak tree with my brothers, and a branch snapped and I fell out and broke my arm.
Huh, that's how you learn.
That taught me a big lesson about climbing stuff. It's not really trusting what you're gripping.
Exactly.
So yeah, that was a horrible lesson to learn, but I'm glad it happens. So started climbing at 10, climbing club.
Yeah, local climbing gym. It was owned by the.
Did you have
the
lessons,
region.
or were you just left to it?
Yeah, no lessons. Back then there weren't any like groups that I could join, so I just took. I hired an instructor, and
Right,
I could only do it once a week in the beginning.
Yeah.
So I remember I just looked forward to that one day a week where I could climb.
And that was with the aim to becoming competitive.
Yeah.
So
Well, actually, I didn't know that climbing competitions even existed until I watched like a Norwegian Cup, I think it was. And I remember I looked at the guys climbing and I thought, that's what I want to do, you know.
So the Norwegian Cup's like the best in Norway.
Yeah, best in Norway.
Adults, everybody, like an open thing. So what was your first competition?
That was like just probably like half a year later. I did a local competition, and then I was like 11 years. I'd climbed for 1 year, and I actually beat the seniors.
Wow.
At a local competition.
And how's it work? Because there's like so many different things to climbing.
Yeah.
There's like hardness where you have to go a certain route up a wall, or there's speed. What else is there?
Bouldering.
Bouldering.
Yeah.
And that's
which
like
is
not
shorter.
Okay.
But harder. But back then it was pretty much only lead or difficulty. So they set a route, and then it's about getting as high as possible. So every hold has a point.
So, because obviously I've been climbing with you now a few times, so I understand what you're on about, but just for people in the audience that are listening and watching maybe. So you go to these climbing places and you have these like little bolted on boulders, aren't they? All different colours, like there's blue, there's green, there's pinks, there's blacks, there's all different kinds. And you have to climb according to the route. So, for instance, like we got on this wall here, and there's like, can we enlarge that a bit?
So if you...
Yeah, so for instance, one difficulty, you could only touch the orange boulders.
Yeah.
And another difficulty, you could only touch the blue boulders.
Yeah.
So is that how it works?
Yeah, or for a competition, they would make it simple. So they would remove all the holes and they would just put up one. So it's very obvious what you can use.
Okay.
And this is bouldering.
So that's bouldering.
This is bouldering. But lead climbing is sort of the same. They would strip the wall and then set up one route. And the route setters have a very important job. You know, they have to set something they know is right on the limit.
Yes.
And that is difficult.
Of course it is.
And separating the field, you know, you want the best guys to get a little bit higher than the rest, and you want everyone to be split evenly. So they have a very important job. But that's how it works, you know. Now in the Olympics, you have bouldering, lead, and speed. Speed climbing is very different from what I do. It's very different from lead climbing and bouldering. It's about getting to the top the fastest, and they have a standardized route, so it's not so much about problem solving. You know, what I do is like looking at a wall and then trying to figure out how to climb it based on how the holds are set up. But a speed route is always the same. So even if you're in China competing or the US,
is that right?
it's always the same.
Always the same wall.
And that's why there's like a speed world record. And it's obviously it's super impressive what they do.
So how high is this, like the speed route?
The speed route is 15 meters.
15 meters.
And they climb in 4.5 seconds.
Is that the world record?
That's the world record.
4.5 seconds.
Yeah, around that.
Fucking hell! I mean, that'd be a fairly decent paced jog.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, it's super fast. That is the speed wall.
Right. Okay. So that.
And it's easy, but it's not super easy.
How long do you think it'd take me to climb it?
To be honest, I don't think you would get up it.
You don't think I'd get up it?
It's that hard, yeah.
Oh wow! So you're saying it's easy to you?
To me, it's
for someone
easy.
like to me, it's really tough.
For someone who hasn't done much climbing, it's very, very difficult.
Look at this guy on that top left picture there. So there's a guy there that. Yeah. I mean, look how like this guy is literally looks like a normal, I don't know, 5'11", 6 foot guy, and he is reaching. So you have to literally, I'd imagine you would have to leap. You would have to literally leap and catch, and then leap again and catch.
Exactly.
So it's not a climb. It's just like throwing yourself up and grabbing whatever you can and keep going.
But they practice this route over and over again, so they know exactly. They could climb it blindfolded.
Yeah.
But that is different from what I'm doing. I do difficulty. That's how I started.
Born into all the other shit going on in 88.
Nice. And that I could join. So higher, hard, folded.
Yeah. 5'11", 6 foot guy, and he is reaching. So you have to literally, I'd imagine you would have to leap. You would have to literally leap. And catch, and then leap again and catch.
Exactly.
So it's not a climb. It's just like throwing yourself up and grabbing whatever you can and keep going.
But they practice this route over and over again, so they know exactly. They could climb it blindfolded.
Yeah.
But that is different from what I'm doing. I do difficulty. That's how I started. So that's something completely different now.
So I'm reading here, you won the Norwegian Youth Championships.
Senior championships.
Senior championships. After 1 year of climbing.
No, that was youth, 1 year of climbing. Yep.
So how old were you then, 11?
I think I just turned 12,
Okay, so and what's the youth like, under 16s, under 17s?
3 different categories, so from, I think it's like 12 to 14, and then 14 to 16, 16 to 18.
Okay, so you were the best 12 to 14-year-old at 12 years old in Norway. And Norway's one of the best in the world in general.
No, not really, no.
So what's the best in the world?
I would say, right now is Japan, the US, UK is pretty good, South Korea, France, Austria, Slovenia.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. All right, so what was that like? You won your first competition, that gave you a bite to...
Yeah, but I knew that there was a big gap between the Norwegian level and the international level. And people at my gym, they also told me that, like, this is, even though you won the Norwegian championships, you shouldn't think that you're anything, really. You have to prove yourself internationally. And at that time, no Norwegian had even made semifinals in international competition.
Wow, okay, so you were up against it. The pressure, you put the pressure on yourself then.
Right. Yeah, and I'm kind of, I'm a humble guy, so I didn't say my goals out loud, but when people told me that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to prove them wrong,
There's nothing better. People saying you can't do something and you go and do it.
Yeah.
That self-satisfaction is great. So what did you do before, like, were you always, so from age 10 you were climbing? Have you ever had a job? What have you done sort of growing up?
Delivering newspapers, that's the only thing I did.
So paperboy?
Paperboy, yeah.
And other than that, you've done climbing?
Only climbing,
So your income has been from climbing the majority of your life?
Yeah.
That's impressive, okay. Do you mind me asking, like, when did the money sort of get good?
In climbing, never.
Okay.
Yeah. I started 3 years after I started, I got like my first shoe sponsorship.
Yeah.
I think it was 510 and Prana clothing. And that was just a huge honor, just the fact that a big company wanted to represent me. That was a huge honor, but there wasn't any money. And then eventually I got paid a little bit, but it was like below minimum wage.
Okay, so you've lived on the breadline coming up through the ranks and being a climber. You've struggled.
Yeah, like most athletes. I think people think of athletes as like making a lot of money, but that's only if you're number one in your sport. And even in some sports, in many sports, number one won't make you any money.
No, I quite agree. I mean, I rose through the ranks of strongman. I won England's strongest man, UK strongest man, 6 times in a row. And it wasn't until I won the world's strongest man, I was like, when's this? Even when I won world's strongest man, I was like, when's this money going to start coming in? You know?
What is the prize money like in World's Strongest Man?
I think winning the world's strongest man's like, I think at the time, I'm going to say $45,000.
Right. And for winning climbing world championships, I think it's like 4,000 euros or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So like you can, and that's just ridiculous, isn't it? Because you were basically expected to dedicate your life to this sport.
Yeah.
But you're only paid.
But then when I started, I didn't even know that it was possible to make a living off of climbing. So that's not really why I started. When I started, I thought, okay, I want to be as good as possible at climbing, but certainly I would need another job on the side because I'm not going to be able to make money off of this.
So were you like doing a paper round up until like 4 years ago or something?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I got like some money from my region, and I got money to travel and stuff like that. But it was always like very low, and also the prize money was basically non-existent.
You lived with parents up until
19, and then I got like a van, and I traveled around my van. I crashed at friends' place. Like
so you were fully committed.
Yeah, like dirtbag climber.
Wow, so you would literally just travel around to locations, climbing these.
And I dropped out of high school too, so I had nothing. And my parents did not like that. My mom is a teacher, my dad is a professor in political science, so they wanted me to get a proper education.
Yeah. So it must have been hard for them to watch you.
Yeah.
Like what seemed at the time to be throwing your life away, in essence.
I mean, they supported it, but at the same time, I think they probably, they were a little bit worried,
Yeah, I would be if my son did that. Jesus, yeah. But fair play, I mean, it's worked out.
It has worked out.
Fair play to you. Just paperboy up until you were like 30. So who are the biggest influences in your life then? Is there a specific reason you got into climbing, or was it just by chance? And then when you got in, did you have heroes in the sport?
For sure. I mean, when I started, I didn't know of any climbers. But then, like, I saw posters of, there's a guy called Chris Sharma, who's now a good friend. And I wanted to be like him. He had, a lot of climbers are pretty skinny, but he had like muscles. He had this, like, he looks like a surfer. He has this surfer vibe, and I really thought he was cool, and I wanted to be him. So I remember like my password on my computer, that was Chris Sharma. Like everything was Chris Sharma, posters on the wall, and I wanted to be him. And I think if it wasn't for him, I don't know if I would be climbing today. So role models are really important, especially when you're that young.
I quite agree. Quite agree. So Chris Sharma.
Chris Sharma, yeah.
And is he the documentary on Netflix?
No, that's Alex Honnold.
Alex Honnold, right.
You see he's built strong shoulders.
I understand what you're saying now. Yeah. He could almost be a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
The top right picture there, on the left, the top right, that one.
That's him being, he's like 16.
Yeah, I was about to say, he looks super young, but look at his abs, his lats, his shoulders, his muscles are bulging. Jesus. Yeah, fair play, okay. So you wanted to grow up to be like him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
that was my hero.
I can see that. That's pretty cool. Getting into YouTube then, did he do any like YouTube stuff or anything like what?
He actually started around the time I started.
Okay.
He started a channel. But YouTube was just a coincidence, really. I mean, I retired from competition climbing, and I had nothing else to do. I mean, like I mentioned, I dropped out of high school, nothing else to do with my life. So I started a climbing gym, and I started YouTube at the same time.
So when you say you started a climbing gym, did you buy or rent a unit and set up a climbing school in Norway?
I was part of it. I mean, I'm one of the co-founders, of the climbing gym. And it's probably more, I mean, it's branded as my gym, but I own like a small percentage of the gym.
Okay. Is that gym still going today?
It is. And it's doing well. But I put all my savings into that gym, hoping that it would work out. All my savings into that gym and this camera. That was like my investment.
So that was around the same time, about 2018, you started up your first climbing school.
17, yeah.
Okay, and then you bought your
and
first
then I
camera.
bought my first camera. Yeah.
So did you always film yourself before that on phones or anything, or did it just start from?
Yeah, because I had like a decent following on Instagram. I had around 100,000. But the thing is, and what I realized on Instagram was that no one really cared about my climbing, but they cared about all the one finger pull up videos.
Yeah.
Those would always get so many more likes and views.
So that's how we met, if you
Yes.
remember. So I think it was 2012
Yeah.
in Cologne, Germany. We did a TV show, didn't we?
Die
And,
Deutsche Meister.
Deutsche Meister, that was it. It was like what did that mean in English?
The German champion.
Was it? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it was like an athlete from around the world against their German champion, wasn't it? So you'd have were you up against a German climber?
German climber. Yeah.
So I was a strongman, obviously, and I held 2 sledgehammers to my head, like antlers, and I had to hold them there for as long as I can. 2 14-pound sledgehammers, and I held them there for like a minute 30, and I beat the German strongest man.
By how much?
Oh, by loads.
Yeah.
Like he gave up, and I was laughing. I kept going. It was so easy. And you went up against someone else, and it was just like a display of strength for you, wasn't it? Was it a competition?
But no, this was a salmon ladder, so you had
it.
like a
So
bar
you had
and
to
jump.
how quick you could, or how high you could go.
Yeah, but they probably showed the video of me doing one finger pull-ups as the intro to that.
Yes, that's how I remember you best. Is like you were able to do hang on a piece of string with one finger and do pull-ups, which was just obscene. And if you remember rightly, the guy at once, it was like all these athletes against the German guys. And I think most of the people beat the German guys, but there was one little dweeby kid on a skateboard, remember, that won the whole competition. It was like €150,000 prize money.
That would have been a lot of money for me back then.
Oh, fucking me, yeah. I was like, I had my fingers crossed, my toes crossed, my intestines were crossed. I was like, I really need this money at this point in my life. I would, and this little dweeby kid came on with baggy pants, just, I don't know, looked like a homeless guy. And just came and did a few tricks on a skateboard and fucking won it. And I was like, you bastard. Yeah. Wasn't like I wanted to win that money or anything.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's how we first met.
That's how we first met. I have a photo of that where we pretend to arm wrestle.
Really?
Yeah.
So this is from 2012. Look at them. It's not a very clear photo, but you look 13 years younger. That's for sure.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I think I look older there.
Yeah, you look about the same, I would say.
Yeah. That's the thing, when you quit strongman, you get your youth back. It definitely takes age off you. Yeah. So look at the size of me there, like just puffy and I don't know, like pudgy face.
Is that when you were at your biggest?
No. I would say probably a similar weight to now, but a lot more fatty then. If that makes sense. So a lot not as lean as I am now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. There's a glass of milk there. Is that mine or yours?
That is yours, I think.
I used to drink milk by the absolute gallons on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. That's when we first met anyway. And
yeah.
It's nice to see the change in us. Oh, this is one of our first videos we did together.
It is. I think it is the first. Yeah.
And we were in a gym in Manchester, if I remember rightly, was it?
Yeah.
Or close to. Yeah, you can see in the back there all the bouldering.
Yeah, and people were really surprised how well you did at climbing. That was not expected.
I surprised myself.
Yeah.
I think, what do you think that is? Like the lat strength, the back strength, all the grip?
I think the fact that you've done a lot of different, like you've done swimming, you're just all over fit. But I did not think you were going to be that good.
Have you ever had anyone else that sort of size anywhere near that good?
No. And I remember I told Larry Wheels that, he wanted to beat you, but he wasn't able to.
Nowhere near couldn't.
No, couldn't beat you.
Fuck you, Larry Wheels. You couldn't touch me. There we go. What's you like? I mean, you've achieved a hell of a lot. Let me just rattle off a few of your achievements here. We've also got the Youth World Champion. So the Youth World Championships 2005. That's when you were
16.
16. So you won it. So you won it at 12. You won it.
That was the Norwegian Championships. I won at 12.
Ah, right. Okay. So the World Youth Championships in 2005 when you were 16.
Yeah. So first time I competed, I came 11th, and then next year 4th, and then I won it.
Wow.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. World Cup success to achieve multiple podium finishes in the IFSC World Cup circuit. So is that like
that's the highest level?
That's the highest level.
Yeah.
And where did you come in that?
Third place.
So you came third. So you were the third best climber in the world.
Yeah, and I would say I was like top 10 for 10 years. But that's the thing, like we talked about, you make zero money unless you're the best. You make zero money. And also following, like I had zero. If it wasn't for all the one finger pull-ups and all that stuff I could do, because a lot of the other strong climbers, they're a lot lighter than me, and they're not able to do. A lot of the best climbers in the world can't even do a one-arm pull-up.
Yes.
So that was like my thing, you know. I did the one finger pull-up. That got me a lot of attention, and also a little bit of hate, to be honest, because a lot of climbers were like, oh, he gets all this attention. and it's not actual climbing. It's almost like I'm cheating a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But I didn't care too much about that, and I'm happy I didn't. So that's how I started Instagram first, and I had about 100,000 Instagram followers when I started YouTube, and I thought it would be easy to transfer those followers to YouTube, but it was very hard.
Yeah. I know.
Short form and long form is just completely different.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
I want to talk about like the IFSC World Cup circuit, because you placed third in the world at one point. You've been in the top 10 for 10 years, did you say? Talk me through some of the things people do to be the best in the world. Because I remember you telling me a story once. You even had people turn up to events in wheelchairs, so the muscle wastes away in their legs, so they're lighter, so they can climb better. Like, what extremes do these guys go to?
Yeah, I mean, not at the competition, but before the competition. If you spend a couple of weeks in a wheelchair, you're going to lose muscle mass in your legs. And that is, it's an advantage if you're on a very high level in climbing. I don't recommend anyone doing this. I have not done it myself. Despite having like pretty big legs for a climber, I would never do that.
It's fucking obscene, isn't it? Someone's willing to literally put themselves in a wheelchair, what do you reckon, for like 3 months or something, just to like waste away? So
but they would even have a cast on their legs.
They'll put casts on, so they're literally not using the muscle.
That is the fastest way of losing muscle, and it only takes 2-3 weeks.
Wow!
But you gain that muscle pretty fast after removing the cast. So, but the thing is, this is not I haven't heard any of the best climbers doing that. It's like the people who. Okay. Yeah, probably looking for a way to improve.
I just knew you'd never be able to live it down, would you?
Yeah.
You just rock up to an event in a wheelchair and be like, right, I'm ready. Stand up, off you go. I'd imagine body weight has got quite... I'd imagine it's got quite an unhealthy thing around climbing then. Like, because the lighter you are, the faster and easier you can climb. So Tom, talk to me about that. Talk to me about the diet of a climber.
Yeah, I was pretty self-conscious, to be honest, because when I started competing and I got to like finals in the World Cup, you know, that's top 8, and I looked around, I saw everyone else was so much skinnier than I was. And I thought, okay, if I actually want to become the best, I have to look more like these guys.
Yeah.
So I also started, I was on a very strict diet, like it was probably unhealthy. The way I was dieting.
How many calories a day do you think?
I think in periods, that's the thing. I did everything in like periods. So I would like eat maybe 1,000 calories a day for a long period, but then after that I would just overeat and gain a lot of weight because it wasn't natural for me. So I had a pretty unhealthy relationship to food for a while, but then I realized that my body is just not made that way, and I started eating more normally, and I also did way better. So I think that's definitely my advice. I don't want anyone to copy this, and definitely there's a lot of like problems with eating and climbing. It's kind of the opposite of you, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like if someone back then walked up to me and said, "Oh, man, you look really skinny, light," I would feel so good.
Yes.
But for you, it's the opposite, right?
Oh, it's
That would be the worst thing.
That would be a thing at strongman. So at the top level, so you get into the final, and you just if you thought someone was like getting an advantage of you, you'd be like, have you lost weight? You lost a bit of weight, and you just see his face sort of drop and be like, fucking bastard. Like, he's just absolutely insulted me in front of all these people. You know what I mean? It'd be like a massive offense if somebody said you'd lost weight or you were looking trim at strongman. So, but that was actually a compliment for you.
Yeah, that is a compliment. Yeah.
I mean, 1,000 calories a day. I'm not joking. Like in my strongman days, that would be like a snack. Well, I'd be doing 12,000 calories a day every day of the year. 1,000 calories. What are you eating?
Nothing.
Like 10 grapes? Like what? That's not a lot of food.
No, not a lot of food, and I didn't eat. It wasn't really healthy food either. You know, it was just something that would fill me up. I ate a lot of sugar and just bad food in general, and I would drink a lot of coffee to suppress my appetite.
Yeah.
And something called snus.
Snus, yeah, you put them under your lip.
Nicotine pouches, yeah. This is before. Now it's actually pretty common, but like 10 years ago when I did it, 15, it was only Scandinavians doing it.
Yeah.
And people didn't really know what it was. But that and coffee, that was my go-to.
That sounds horrific.
Yeah,
that does sound horrific.
It's really bad. Yeah.
So you're literally you're pumping yourself with the drugs, really, nicotine and caffeine, just to try and kill your appetite.
Yeah.
And only eating bits of shit just to keep you alive.
Yeah. And then, once in a while you overeat and you just feel like so bad,
So what was the lightest, like when you were at that level, what was your body weight?
At my lightest, I was like, what was it? 57 or something kg.
Fucking hell,
And that is very light.
That's very light.
But I did not function with that weight. So I had to go up in weight. And I probably averaged around like 65 maybe. And right now I'm like almost 75.
Yeah.
And this is my natural weight.
Yeah,
so I was
good.
Yeah,
Good at that weight.
Yeah.
Really good. That's quite fascinating though. Like the extremities that people go to be the best in the sport. Same with me with a strong man. It's just, but you've got to do
overeating is the opposite. You've been doing the opposite. But it's also like back then, I mean, that was the same time. There wasn't much information. Because on the internet, there was no like YouTube videos on how to eat or like training and stuff. You had to figure all that stuff out yourself. Yeah. And especially for climbing, because it was such a small sport, you had to experiment on your own body to figure it out.
Yeah. Trial and error.
Trial and error, yes. I wish I had, I wish I knew what I know now back then.
And do you think you would have been a better athlete?
For sure, yeah. Eating more, eating healthier, sleeping better, not drinking as much caffeine, not doing snooze. But I feel like I should have known that back then even, but it was just, I feel like it was like...
If everyone else is doing it, you sort of fall into the trap then.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you keeping the weight off?
The thing is, though, I didn't really know what everyone else was doing. It was just guessing. Everyone kept that sort of secret.
It's unreal. All right, so I'm going to carry on with your accolades. Nordic champion 7 years in a row. So does that make you all like the
Nordic countries? Yeah.
Nordic countries like Sweden,
Norway. Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Finland.
Right. Okay. And then Norwegian champion 11 years in a row. I'd imagine you stopped at some point.
Yeah, that's for seniors, adults. Yeah.
So you must have won it 11 times.
Yeah, in a row.
I'm fed up with that.
Yeah, I have nothing to win or everything to lose every time I show up here. So
that's a good attitude.
Yeah,
it is. And I always say you're only as good as your last performance.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's why I left World's Strongest Man on top. I don't want to go back and come second, third, fourth, fifth. I went on the top.
I'm the same way, but that's different from most climbers who I climbed with back then. They're still climbing, just at a lower level.
Yeah.
But that never interests me. For me, it was always about progressing and improving and getting higher numbers and stuff like that. And a lot of people would say that's the wrong motivation, but I don't think so. I mean, I'm just honest with myself. That was my motivation, and
I've had exactly the same attitude. Mm-hmm. It's like that's why I moved on to different things. Like you have your YouTube and your businesses. It's like you've got to keep challenging yourself.
Yeah.
And if you're moving back down to, it's like me going back down to the amateurs.
Yeah.
And doing okay. It's like, where the fuck is the
Do you know some people doing that, like strongmen?
I think there's been some people that have done that, and it's, in my opinion, I think it's kind of destroyed their legacy a little bit.
Yeah, because you moved on to, I mean, now you do all social media, of course, but you also have MMA, or fighting, right?
Oh, I mean, I've done TV shows for a couple of years. I've started,
But the MMA stuff or the fighting stuff must be exciting because you still get a sense of progressing,
100%.
And that is something, that's why I don't want to keep climbing, because it would be the other way.
Yes.
But starting something new where you feel the sense of progress, I think that is exciting.
Yeah, no, I'm on the same boat as you. Definitely. Outdoor climbing. So we've just gone over your indoor climbing achievements. Would that be fair to say?
Yep.
All right, outdoor climbing. So I'm going to try and get this right in one go. Ali Holt sit start extension. Mm-hmm. It says in brackets here 9B. I guess that's the difficulty level. So it starts from like 1 to
up to
10.
9B. Or I mean, back then when I did that 9B, that was, I think it was the hardest grade in the world. So there were a few other 9Bs, but not many.
So 9B is the toughest one.
That was, but now people climb 9C. So since then, this is like 10, 12 years ago, they have progressed and now they're climbing 9C. So it's 9B, 9B plus, and 9C.
And these aren't speed things. These are literally, you just got to complete it.
Routes outside,
Okay, you complete this challenge route in Rodalia, Spain in 2010. So is this still on an artificial wall?
No, this is on a rock wall.
So this is on a rock wall that people, it's just like a natural formation, or people chiseled away and made.
Yeah.
Made
So you
things.
bolt your way up. You put these metal rings, and then you secure yourself.
Okay, yeah.
And climb from the bottom to the top without using the rope or any any
so
help.
no assistance.
Yeah. So the rope is just there for protection, but not to use it.
So this kind of shit to me is just scary as fuck. Like climbing, for those that are listening in, like some of the stuff these guys do is literally climb these cliff surfaces, and then they end up coming back on themselves. So they're almost upside down climbing these cliffs.
Yeah, this is literally upside down for like 40 meters or something.
And that's 9B. That's
9B.
So you're literally going not vertical. You're going horizontal.
Yeah.
Upside down. That's crazy.
Yeah. And this sort of stuff, I practice this route for like a month. So first you just try the separate moves, make sure you can do different parts. And then you start making bigger and bigger links until you feel confident that you can try it from the start to the end.
Wow. That's nuts. Like, and you're putting your life dependency on these little hoops that go in these cracks of rock. I just think it's obscene.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super dangerous. It's just more like physical.
Fuck off, Magnus. Not super dangerous. What's below you? Is it water or is it?
No, just ground. Yeah.
So it's ground. So if you fall, you're pretty fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. That is just nuts. Literally climbing upside down. That is literally a modern day Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Real life Spider-Man.
But that is, and there's also, people think that I just climb outside for fun, but there's also competition. When climbing outside, you want to do the hardest grades. That's almost more prestigious in climbing than competing.
So anyone that completes a 9B or 9C is like the Donis of climbing world.
Yeah, exactly. And back then, people did both, so they climbed outside and inside. But now people are very specialized, so they they only do competition climbing and only do bouldering competition climbing, or only lead. And some people only climb outside, but very few people do everything.
Yeah. Okay. Outdoor achievements. Pabeshulo. And that's a 9A+, so that's a little bit below the 9B.
Easier. Yeah.
And that was a red pointed this route in Olina, Spain in 2015. Seems to be a lot in Spain. Cosi Fan Toot.
Yeah.
8C+, did I say that right?
Yeah, I think Cosi Fan Toot. That's an on-site. So the thing is, on-siting you do it first try. So like I said, this route I worked for 30 days. I knew exactly every crystal on the wall,
Yeah.
But on site, you have never seen anyone try it. You have never tried it yourself, and you do it from bottom to top. And actually, I think there are only a handful of climbers having on-site at 8C+ still to this date. That is the route. So you see there's water underneath, but the route is like 50 meters tall.
That's...
So I climbed that route without having tried it before.
And that's looks like the linging in a crack.
It was actually the opposite. It sticks out. There's like something called tufas or stalactites sticking out from the wall.
Okay. So you have to grab onto that and just...
Yeah, that is actually me. There's another photo of it. If you go down, scroll down, that lower one. Yeah, no, to the right.
That one?
That one, and then that one. Yeah, that is me.
So that is actually you.
That's me. That little
my days.
dot up there.
Like for those listening in, so there's a cliff. That looks way more than 50 meters. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That looks ridiculously high. So it goes up vertical, sort of 15 odd meters, and then it literally comes back on itself. So you're literally hanging upside down for the remainder 30.
Yeah.
And you are 3/4 of the way up, just hanging there. Look, your legs are just dangling in the sun.
And the cool thing about outdoor climbing, this route is going to be there forever. So my grandkids can come here and they can try this and see if they're better than Grandpa. That is the cool thing about this.
That is fucking nuts. Okay, you also represented Europe in American Ninja Warrior, so it's USA versus the world.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was good. I mean, it was just something completely different. That's also something I did. That's after I started YouTube. And I tried Ninja Warrior.
You got noticed from the YouTube and probably why you got pulled into this.
Why I got. But I got to say, the level is really, really high. The people who do Ninja Warrior full time, they specialize in that.
Yeah.
And they're really good at it.
Yeah. Because it's not just the climbing stuff, is it? It's like balancing it.
And the lâcher thing, how they bounce and use their hips to generate momentum. And it's just, it's a whole different sport. So, but yeah, it was all right.
Cool. Who was the host of that? Was it Terry Crews?
Yeah,
It was?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Cool. Did you have a picture with him?
Yeah, we did get a picture with him. Actually, before doing that show, I did like a test run in Cincinnati, and I remember the bar broke. So I did like, you jump with the bar, and it was made out of I forget what it's made out of, titanium or something. And I broke the bar, and I almost hit my eye, so I started bleeding. And the guys walked up to me, the host of the show, because I think they were afraid that I was going to sue them.
Yeah.
So they were trying to sweet talk me. But that's the first time and last time I saw him.
You got some free donuts then?
Yeah. Yeah, that is the picture of me.
That's you with your face cut up there.
Yeah.
And that's not that long ago. That was 2019.
Yeah. That's after I started YouTube. So, and I did that. That was with, Juji Mufu, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was with Tom and Juji. And that is how I got into, because I really struggled on YouTube at the beginning.
Yeah.
I had like 40,000 subscribers. I was stuck at 40,000. And then they invited me to come to the US and do a collab with them. And just from being in their videos, at that time, they were very big on YouTube. I went from 40,000 to 110,000 subscribers in like a week. And that allowed me to do YouTube full time.
Wow,
so
okay.
I'm still very thankful.
So it's Juji Mufu that sort of discovered you in a way.
Yeah, Juji and Tom, they discovered me in a way, yeah. And that's also why I still to this day have probably a lot of their audience, or like bodybuilding audience. And that's why I like to do videos with strongmen and bodybuilders. And
yeah, makes sense. What was your like blow up video? Everyone's got that blow up video, like your first viral video.
Yeah, I think this one might have been one of the first ones, actually.
The Ninja Warrior?
The Ninja Warrior one.
So what's that on there? 9.7 million? I can't see.
5.7, I think,
5.7 million. So that was your first video that hit the big millions and
yeah,
kicked off?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Cool. And then what's the transition been for YouTube? Like, you literally just collabs and you do all these caving and climbing and like meeting different people and making people like myself climb cliffs.
Yeah, exactly. So it went from like being more dedicated to only climbing, and then doing more of all the other stuff, like branching out to fitness. And I think you have to do that. I got some negativity in the beginning, from people saying that, oh, this is a climbing channel, you should do climbing on this channel, not all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But if I did that, I wouldn't grow. Like it's important to expand.
100%. And you've done loads of like military videos. You've done special forces videos, like doing their fitness tests, and they've done like I've watched a few of them.
Yeah.
Really fun to watch. It's really intriguing.
Yeah, recently with the French Foreign Legion, that was very intense. That was cool.
How long did that last? Because it looked like it was an all-day sort of battle.
6 days.
Fucking 6 days.
Yeah.
God.
Split up into 2 videos. So we first did 3 days with, and that was a selection.
Yeah.
So that's like the hardest thing you go through. So we went from one selection to another selection the same day. And no one had done that before, back to back. And that's like without sleeping much or eating much, and just full on, like, that's hard.
Wow. To talk through me with that, like, what did that entail? Like, it's running, like
swimming, getting your hands tied, throwing you into a pool, also tying you up with a bunch of other guys, some of them who couldn't swim at all. So I don't know how much you know about the French Foreign Legion, but that's basically where people go to start a new life.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of criminals coming to the French Foreign Legion after the Second World War. A lot of people went from a lot of Germans came to start a new life, get a new name.
Yeah.
The only way of signing up is you pack your stuff and you knock on the door, and then they're either going to let you in or not, and they give you an alias, and you have to be there for 5 years and to get a French citizenship. And they send you to some of the dirtiest wars. I mean, the French Foreign Legion is always the first military at any like
front line.
Yeah, front line. They go to all the wars in Africa. They've been in the First, Second World War. They actually helped the Norwegians during Second World War as well. And like they say, it's always like if they do well, if they win, it's the French army. And if they lose or if they don't do well, it's the French Foreign Legion. So they don't take any of the credit, really.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
But it's that was very interesting too. Like, I don't know, that it's just a locked off world that I never thought I'd be able to see. Like
that, I remember watching it. I was like, how the fuck did they let him film this?
Yeah.
It does look very like.
Yeah.
There was no bullshit.
It was no bullshit.
No bullshit at all. It was like, they didn't give a fuck who you are.
Yeah.
They were like, get in, do that. Like, he can't swim. I don't fucking care. Crack on. So you're actually dragging people along in the water with you.
In the water, yeah. And it was so cold that when we got up on shore, like I collapsed. My legs didn't work. That's how cold it was. Yeah.
That must have been so frustrating. Because I remember the other team was like had good swimmers. And they flew it.
Yeah.
And then you had really bad swimmers, and you had to drag them along.
Yeah.
That must have been horrendous. How long were you in the water for doing that? 3.5
hours or something.
My God, fully clothed.
Yeah.
Paddling away.
Yeah.
That's, I mean.
And not knowing how far we're going to go either.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure everyone's done, like, jumped in a pool with pajamas on when they were a kid.
Yeah.
And they know how hard it is doing that for 3.5 hours. That's fucking nuts. Absolutely crazy. Other videos you've done was where you've gone in disguise and you've entered competitions.
Yeah. Or just go in the climbing gym, pretending to be a beginner.
Did you do one this morning where you like challenge?
No, not this morning. It gets harder and harder because people recognize me, obviously. And
that must be hilarious though. You like rock up. Do you wear mustaches or anything?
Yeah, mustaches, glasses and stuff. And to pretend to be bad is harder than you think.
Is that you?
That's me.
Mate, you can't tell that's you at all. That's funny. And has anyone ever beat you when you've been in disguise? Or have you...
No. So for this one, this was the first one, or the one to the right was the first one.
And what, do you get people like trying to teach you how to climb?
So for this one, this guy in the background, he is my coach. So I hired him for the day.
Yeah. And
he had no idea. I did a lot of research beforehand. Like I had the gym management check out his Instagram. He didn't follow me, didn't do anything. So he was actually clueless. And we pretended to be like a TV show from Iceland, doing like a documentary about climbing.
Yeah.
Going down to Yosemite after this. We just want to do like a quick introduction into climbing, and then I start off like being really bad, and then I slowly get better and better, and we get some good reactions. I think it would be hard for you to do something similar. I was going to suggest for you to, but it's like...
So I've actually looked into that. I was going to get a full mask done.
Okay.
And they're expensive. They're like 15 grand to get a full putty mask put on and then dress up. But even then, I've just got one of those like the most recognizable bodies and faces in the world, haven't I? There's nobody else who's got a body like me.
Right.
Like 6'3" and built like this.
But if you got a wig, I think that would help a lot.
So you reckon a mask, like a full rubber mask and a wig?
A wig. That'd be good.
It'd have to be in winter because I'd sweat my balls off in that rubber mask. I want to do it. I think it'd be fucking hilarious.
But it would be hard for you to hide your body, though.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe a fat suit.
Or like a dress.
Well, like a Homer Simpson sort of onesie.
Yeah.
With a cap. Yeah, that'd do. So I mean, your YouTube's pretty cool, man. Like you're very natural in front of the camera. And how did that all come about? You just literally like, because I've been there. Those first videos are horrible. Like you get them done, so and the responses are so hit and miss. And so like, what's that been like? That transition to becoming what do we call ourselves these days? I hate the term influencer. Yeah. I fucking hate that. What would we call ourselves? YouTuber?
Content creators. Some people say, I don't really care what people call me, but whatever. I mean, in the beginning it was a struggle. I'm like introverted. I'm pretty shy naturally on camera, and especially when you don't really have an audience, when you have like 500 subscribers, your most loyal subscribers, your mom, basically. It's very awkward to talk to the camera. But then as you get bigger, it's easier.
Was your mom always that pinned comment at the top? Like,
no, was that
great video.
But then it gets easier, I think, and it's just like, just getting used to it. But no, I wasn't naturally good on camera. And it's also, I mean, in the beginning, I thought I had to like scream to the camera like every other YouTuber does.
Yeah.
Because that is like what MrBeast does and everything. But then I realized there's also a market for someone a little bit more mellow who
Yes.
doesn't scream and shout and stuff. So that was kind of yeah. When I realized that, it made everything a little bit easier.
Yeah, just be yourself, and
Yeah.
you tend to do all right.
But
don't you?
be yourself. It's so much harder to do
It is.
than you think.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. You get drawn into all the other shit going on.
Yeah.
Don't you? You
yeah,
try and copy things, and
Yeah.
I get you. What's your biggest video? Like the most viewed?
most viewed is the undercover one, and also the one where I go free soloing with Alex Honnold.
And Alex Honnold is the guy that's got a documentary
Yeah.
on Netflix, Free Solo.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so
Yeah,
you
so
are
this is-
literally. So this is free climbing,
Free soloing.
free soloing. So that is a vertical cliff, and you've got no safety gear
No
on.
safety gear. And the thing is, I'd never tried this route before either. You know, normally you would practice it with a rope beforehand, but I'd never climbed this before. And this is just a start. It gets
Fuck.
way higher than this. This is almost a 300-meter route.
For those that are listening, they are literally climbing a vertical rock. You've got no ropes on. With Alex Honnold, who's one of the best free solo climbers in the world.
He is the
He
best.
is the best.
Yeah.
So you're throwing yourself in the deep end here.
Yeah, this
he-
is
Is he like full on egging you on? Like, come on, you'll be fine.
he was actually, yeah.
Yeah. A
Because
bit like you were with me when we went climbing.
we were supposed to only do a gym video, like a really mellow video, but then the day before when
Mate, that
we
looks fucking scary as fuck.
yeah,
I'm
this
sorry.
is the GoPro view. This is
Yeah, that's what I know for a fact because I've been in that situation.
Yeah.
And those GoPros don't do it justice.
Yeah.
Like that is scary as shit.
yeah. So here the drop is around 200 meters.
My God. And you've got no safety.
No safety.
No safety rope.
And no backup either. It's not like I have a harness in my backpack if I
So if you got into trouble and your grip went or you pulled a finger,
yeah, you'd be screwed.
you're screwed.
Yeah.
There's like no, yeah.
But I mean, to be
Wow.
fair, it's sort of the same when you're driving a car. You know, if you faint or something happens, you're also screwed. You know, it just looks more brutal.
I don't know, mate. You know, like I don't know. Let's say you put your finger in a rock and there's like a bird in there, and it.
Or a spider.
Or a
This was
spider.
right outside Vegas, so there's
So
a lot
there's
of
definitely going to be some
scorp-
creepy crawlies.
scorpions, spiders,
So you
snakes.
could have been bitten on the hand,
Yeah,
and you didn't have any like rope in your back pocket just in case.
nope, nothing.
My God, Magnus. Were you shitting yourself?
I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty scared doing this, and
Heart and mouth the entire time.
especially since I hadn't tried it before. You know, just trusting this guy, Alex Honnold.
Yeah.
And I think 99% of people would agree that he's a little bit crazy. You know.
Well, you've got to be Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, he did like some on the documentary. He did some like CT scans and all sorts, trying to see what's wrong with him. Basically,
Yeah, yeah.
putting yourself in these crazy situations. Did you have a better appreciation for him once you'd done that with him?
Yeah, I mean, I knew him a little bit from before then, but and I'm glad I did it. You know, when I look back at it now, I'm glad I did it. It was a very satisfying feeling after having completed that route. Just sitting at top and looking down, like that was really cool, and just being able to shut that, like it's a little bit like a military test too. You shouldn't overthink it.
Yeah.
Because it's when you get stressed and overgrip, that's when you're gonna fall.
Yeah.
So you just have to shut off your brain. That's also something that's easier said than done.
Yeah, of course. How long did that climb take you with Alex?
Not that long. I think like 45 minutes an hour.
Fuck off, Magnus. That's a long time to be hanging on your fingertips.
It is, yeah.
Fucking hell. 45 minutes to an hour of just constantly fingers in grooves. Like I could probably hang for, I don't know, if you like got a shotgun to the back of my head, I could probably hang on a rock for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If with my toes and fingers locked in.
But the crazy thing is too that Alex filmed all this. So I gave him my camera and he shot it with one hand.
Oh wow!
Hanging off
You
of
are
one.
shitting me. So
No,
he climbed one-handed.
Yeah, yeah. If you can see it, there's some shots of that in the video from my GoPro point of view of him just like dangling. And I was afraid of his life too, you know, because he's so that's when accidents happen. When you're just like super relaxed and maybe a little bit unfocused. So I was scared for his life as well, you know.
That's crazy. So Alex was your cameraman that day.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Was that a bucket list thing for you?
Yeah, no, for sure. Doing a video with him was huge.
How many views did that get?
10 million?
10 million.
Yeah,
So
but it
that's
got demonetized on YouTube though.
Oh.
And but then I got it back, but it ruined some of the momentum.
Yeah,
you
of
know,
course it would. Yeah, I've been there.
when the video gets demonetized, it is gonna get no views because YouTube will not make any money off of that video anyways.
Yeah. So that was a bucket list for you. What other bucket lists have you got?
I would say the French Foreign Legion was a bucket list thing for sure.
Really? You really wanted to put yourself through that?
Yeah. No, doing a military test like that is definitely something that
You've done quite a few military tests now. What's like been the hardest?
Yeah, the French Foreign Legion one.
Really?
But that's because that has
said
been
that
this.
so confidently.
Yeah, but that's been the selection, and I've never been part of the selection before. It's always just a physical fitness test, and those just last like 2 hours, and then you're done. But not eating, not sleeping, that whole thing is just a different ball game.
So it's fair to say anyone that passes the French Foreign Legion is a hard motherfucker.
Yeah, for sure.
Fair enough. What do you want to do with it all, man? Like you've achieved so much in your climbing, in the YouTube. Where do you want it to all go? You've got a very successful clothing business as well.
Yeah.
What's that called?
Rungna. Rungna.
Horonia.
Rungna.
Hungina.
Yeah.
Hungina. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, multiple million business.
Yeah.
So you've done so good for yourself, mate. For someone that's literally come from a paper round, and your parents have been worried about it, which I would have been.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at this success you've got now. You're 3 million subscribers on YouTube, multi-million-pound business. Achieved pretty much it all in the climbing world. What's left, man? Where do you want to go?
I just want to keep doing what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm involved in a lot of different things right now, so I want to be able to focus a little bit more, focus on YouTube, focus on the clothing, everything that's fun, really. Because there was a period where I said yes to everything, you know. I got so few opportunities while I was climbing professionally, and then when my YouTube channel started blowing up, I got so many opportunities that I always just dreamt of, you know. So I said yes to everything, and then it got to a point where now I'm stuck with a lot of things, and it's a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So I want to quit everything else, and I want to focus on what I enjoy, and do that right. It's better to do a few things right than to try to do many things.
So that passion is YouTube.
Yeah, I would say so. Still is YouTube. I think growing YouTube to like 10 million subscribers, that is like the next goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean that's a great thing to go for. I mean, you're gonna have so much fun.
Yeah.
So many experiences along the way, traveling the world, meeting all your heroes, and collabing with like Alex.
So that and other than that, I would like to at some point get like have a physical goal. This fall, I'm doing it's called the Norseman.
Norseman.
So that is the hardest Ironman you can do, and I'm gonna try to do it without training, or I'm actually just gonna train for 2 weeks.
Okay,
and that is like a full-on Ironman. Just you do it in a mountain instead.
Oh wow! So it's uphill and rough terrain.
You're swimming in waves, and then you doing 180k bike ride or something, and that's like
So a full Ironman, for those that don't know, is a full marathon. To start with,
you start with a swim.
Start with a swim. 5 miles or 5k.
5k, I think.
5k swim. Full marathon, or was it?
No, then it's
little
cycling.
Bit more?
100 miles, cycling, and then it's a full marathon, which is 42k or something.
It's fucking nuts.
And that marathon is up a mountain.
So in total, we've got 5 165 plus a marathon, which is what 42. So over 200k, done, and you're going to do that in the sea and rough terrain up mountains
with only 2 weeks of preparation.
Why only 2 weeks of preparation?
Because I don't have time for more. You know, I have so many videos planned, and I said I want this to be a challenge too. You know, I think if I trained for a year, it would be easy.
Yeah.
But I'm actually not sure I'm going to do this. This is going to be super hard.
Fucking hell, Magnus, that's extreme, man.
But other than that, I would like to have like a more like a long-term goal, or like find another passion like you found, fighting. You know.
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool to start from scratch.
I think you'd be a good fighter.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I'm being dead serious.
Yeah.
I think your grip strength. I remember we did a day in the life together.
Yeah.
And the next day, my coach said to me, "He's like, fucking hell, that Magnus can hit."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%. He says like, and he broke it down for me. It's like, and you can Google this. So the harder and stronger your grip strength, the harder your punch.
Oh, okay.
That's a true thing.
Yeah.
And they reckon climbers have a harder punch than fighters. And that's just through that sheer back power.
I didn't know
power.
that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Google it all up. So you're like, you've got that.
Yeah.
You've got that natural hit.
Yeah.
Like you can hit hard without even trying. You've just got all that experience. Like how many years of climbing? 30 years of climbing, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, fighting for you would be good.
But especially boxing is very technical, right?
Yeah.
I mean, grappling too. Everything is
I
technical,
think
I
you'd
guess.
be great at the grappling. Like I say, you just back your arm strength, your grip strength in jiu-jitsu. You do some damage, mate.
Yeah. Maybe that should be my next passion.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Would love to see it.
Fight on your undercard eventually.
Maybe you versus me. Okay, so a full Ironman, the Nordic, what's it called?
Norseman.
The Norseman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that.
Hardest Ironman you can do.
That's gonna be amazing to watch. I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah.
Is it all gonna be? You're gonna film it all?
Yep.
Fuck,
for you
man.
too,
Good
yeah.
luck with that.
Yeah.
What else is there you want to do bucket list wise?
Other than that, I think I just want to do good collabs. Like
Who's your bucket list collab then?
maybe Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
That's a good shout.
Yeah.
That is a good shout.
I've never seen him in any YouTube video, so I think that'd be very difficult.
Yeah. But he's basically a version of you, isn't he? He's like the actor version of you. He does all his own stunts. Does he climb? I bet he does.
Yeah, a little bit. I think
He must do.
Yeah. So that would be like the video idea would be like, how good is Tom Cruise actually at climbing?
And take Tom Cruise to a climbing wall and put him through the paces.
Yeah.
I mean, have you tried reaching out to his agent?
I have the production company because he shot part of Mission Impossible in Norway.
Right.
So I tried to, but it's just very difficult. Yeah.
It's always tough getting all of these A-listers.
So I think he would be cool, and Brian Shaw would be cool as well because he's into the grip stuff, and he's just massive.
Brian's too big time.
Yeah.
Brian's more big time than Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Brian won't even reply to my messages. Fucking fat piece of shit, Brian. When someone he has messaged you several times and you've left him on red. So fucking pick up your phone and fucking reply to people, you fat piece of shit. Okay?
There we go.
And open your fucking eyes. Okay, so Brian Shaw would be one. We can set that up, I'm sure.
Yeah. Jason Momoa would be another one.
Oh, he'd
That'd
be
be
awesome.
cool.
I bet he's well into his climbing.
He is. He used to be a dirtbag climber before an actor.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he'd go like out in the deserts.
Yeah. He's friends with Chris. You remember I mentioned Chris Sharma being my idol. Yeah, he's best friends with him.
Right.
So
Okay.
maybe in the future it would be possible. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
That'd be very
I went
cool.
to Jason Momoa's birthday party in London one year.
Oh, nice.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
We had beers topless.
Oh, very
Yeah,
cool.
I don't even know how it happened, but it was a good night.
Yeah.
Anyone else? We've got Tom Cruise, Jason Momoa.
What do you think?
China
What would
Man.
be a good collab?
You've done a lot of the bodybuilding world, haven't you?
Right.
You did.
Yeah. Most.
Done Larry
most of the
Wheels.
I would say so. How about you? What is your dream collab? Do you have one?
I mean, I'm very relaxed with it now. I'm sort of just like backing off from the content creation.
Is that
It's
because you're more into fighting now and focus
more
on
into
that?
fighting and just like it's tough when you've got kids.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly, like having 2 kids under 2 and then plus older kids, like the fucking stresses and strain. I'm literally here now just to get away from my kids. It is fucking hard work, man. And traveling the world and doing what you want, but it's just you can't do it.
Yeah.
So that's my restricting factor for me at the minute. Is like that's what's keeping me from doing that. I would love to be what you're doing and just YouTube and traveling the world, but
Yeah.
it's tough, man. You've got to pick. You can't do both. You cannot do both. But geez, I think like dream collab. Like I'm getting quite pally with Jason Statham. Yeah,
that'd be
messaging
cool.
Jason Statham now and again. So I think like collab with Jason Statham would be pretty cool. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've hung around with Arnold quite a lot, and I've actually been in business with Arnold Schwarzenegger. But trying to get Arnold to give you some of his free time and do like a YouTube video, you're pissing in the wind. It's,
Right.
So, but there's people like that. Sylvester Stallone's probably another childhood heroes. You know, like the A-listers, the 80s and 90s super action heroes. You know, trying to think what else. Jeez, that's probably my 3 main bucket listers.
Because those were your role models growing up.
100%. Arnold Schwarzenegger was my role model growing up. It's probably the reason I got started to lifting weights.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, he actually runs the Arnold Classic every year in Ohio. And he does one of the biggest strongman shows on the planet called the Arnold Strongman Classic. So I've competed in that a few times as well. So it's hung around with some of my childhood heroes and spent some time with Sylvester Stallone in that process as well.
That's cool,
Yeah, so it's been pretty cool. Magnus, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. And it's quite fascinating. I think there's a great little backstory there of a young boy getting into climbing, jumping in a van, traveling around the country and the world, doing what he loves, basically. So you had a great life.
Way harder than you.
I don't think we ever debated anything of substance.
Not on your debate.
Yeah.
I didn't watch a 17-hour debate on Lex Friedman about Israel,
my bad.
where some fucking goy is popping off about my shit. No, I don't want to go into substantive review of that debate.
Not, yeah.
But I did think it was kind of funny. Mr. Benelli. Way harder than you.
I don't think we ever debated anything of substance.
Not on your debate.
Yeah.
I didn't watch a 17-hour debate on Lex Friedman about Israel,
my bad.
where some fucking goy is popping off about my shit. No, I don't want to go into substantive review of that debate.
Not, yeah.
But I did think it was kind of funny. Mr. Benelli, he was saying your last name wrong on purpose.
Yeah, over and over.
Kind of alpha.
It was hilarious.
Mr. Benelli,
True.
you are, what do you say, fantastic moron.
Yeah.
Dude, he kind of did cook your ass there a little bit, no?
You know,
you should have like dapped him for that. You should have been like, that's bars.
Should I?
Yeah, why not? Well, you're mad at him still? Do you get mad during debates?
I mean, it depends on the conversation, yeah.
You know, I've seen various clips where you're like getting
I care about the topics, yeah, they're important to me. Yeah.
It's ideological, or is it like, do you feel like you're backed into a corner? Or do you
despite the, I guess people saying I'm a grifter or whatever, there are things that I'm passionate about. Like the only reason I'm arguing a thing is because I feel strongly about it. I'm usually pretty good at understanding if I'm like really far behind in subject matter. So if there's a debate where I realize like, ooh, I'm like, I can't do this, generally I just like ask questions, I just kind of like poke and prod. So I've had a couple where...
Has someone changed your mind ever?
It's less common now that I do a lot more like in-depth research, and I kind of match my convictions appropriately more now. So like before, everything was kind of binary. It's either like I believe this or I don't believe it, and now there'll be positions where like I think this is true, but I'm like 50% on it, so I could be like swayed.
What is winning?
Maybe a person deletes their account after.
If they
or gets fired from their job.
Humiliated.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel after you win?
I feel on top of the world.
It feels great.
It's like doing cocaine for the first time again. Every time.
Because you advanced some sort of political project, or you won because someone cried?
Honestly, it depends on like, I had like a thing, the 3 Ps, people, place,
penis,
policy.
Penis.
If I'm arguing with like a friend over where we should go to eat, my goal is not to destroy the person, right?
I assume that's what your life is.
Yeah, I'm like an ordinary human being.
Oh,
usually,
I thought you were like a cocksucker at first.
Jesus.
Our first interaction was horrible.
What was our first one?
When I went on your stream. I felt like it was terrible, and I watched it back and I thought it was unwatchable. And the thing that bothered me was that reading comments, there had to be like one guy who won a talk on a stream for 10 minutes.
That's just fan behavior. They always do that.
That psychological processing of media
I think it's really bad.
It's detrimental.
There's a lot of artwork from Hitler that I like, and people can't separate.
Okay, so let's have a debate right now. Let's have a debate right now.
Okay.
You're the Führer Adolf Hitler. I'm the dean of the Vienna College of Art.
Okay.
Debate your way
right
into
to
college.
Auschwitz for you.
What?
I would deport you immediately.
You didn't have Auschwitz yet, you fucking idiot. Debate your way into my college. So I looked at your portfolio. It just doesn't seem Vienna quality. You're not VU quality.
I think I have a lot of potential. I ran a lot in World War I. Did that happen yet for this? Because he was a runner. I was a runner.
I don't think that running has anything to do with your...
While being shot at. Don't the best artists have like traumatic experiences?
Yeah, but everyone went to war in World War I.
Okay, but not everybody can also paint a little bit. Why are you so stuck up?
You're not getting yourself into college right now.
Why not?
Dude, just say you're gonna do the Holocaust later if you don't let me go to... Okay, run it again and say, I will kill every Jew.
Yeah, if you don't let me into college, you're gonna regret it.
Why?
Because I'm gonna kill at least 1 million Jews.
Well, I think that would be wrong, so guess what? Welcome to Vienna U. You are
An artist?
an artist.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But then I get to year 1 and I just want to draw anime and then they kick me out.
They didn't have that shit yet.
Really? When do you think they invented anime?
After what those bastards did to our beautiful Pearl Harbor. I think when you first mentioned us, you said it was a simulacrum inside of a simulacrum, but I saw like a thing that was like debating my wife or something, and you said that was a meme from the right wing.
One of the issues today is that like if a thing starts as a meme, it very quickly leaves orbit from your community, and then people will like unironically believe a thing, and then
You didn't debate your wife.
no.
So where did it come from? You had a breakup though? Or
Yeah, it was a relatively public relationship. She was like a
Yeah.
streamer person, and then I'm obviously a streamer person. We were together for 5 years. But when we broke up / divorced, I think somebody made a comment about like, oh, this guy debated his wife out of the divorce or whatever. And then I
And
see
you
people repeat.
You went on stream and you like detailed like what you were going through for your like what led you to do that?
Basically, my policy is that like I'm cool keeping everything private, except if somebody else starts like making things public, and I think it's being misrepresented, then I'll make my side public. So basically, it was that kind of, yeah.
She was saying things about you?
I think her and her boyfriend had said like a few things, and I was like, I don't think this is true. So then I said a few things, and then it usually goes back and forth like that. But
Didn't it like I went through like like from podcasting a breakup like 6 years ago. People are still talking about it online.
yeah.
And it kind of like my takeaway from that was that I kind of needed to have like a real division between personal and private life. You kind of went in the opposite direction.
The reality is too is that if you're public about everything, there's not really much that people can attack you with.
But it's just like it creates a dynamic where you're kind of accountable to the guys who like your politics debates.
I mean, I guess
And
a little bit, but like,
it's about a breakup. It's probably a painful thing, no?
yeah, but I mean, nobody online cares about that, so.
Yeah, but fuck that. I mean, they're the fans.
Yeah, but
right?
like imagine if some stuff leaks and I don't talk about it, then you kind of are.
You don't have to talk about
Yeah,
it.
but then everybody else can. So.
But I think engaging with that is like you're sacrificing some modicum of dignity, no?
I mean, it depends on what is worth more to you, I guess, is engaging with it or allowing other people to basically tell the story.
She was doing fake news at you, and you had to do real news.
I had to be the CNN fact check.
You don't have to do.
I had to be the Reuters fact checker,
You
and
don't
I had
have
to
to-
come in and I had to give that 4 Pinocchios on a lot of her claims. She had a lot of Pinocchios, you know?
You don't have to do this crap for these people. It's kind of like blurring that line between. I mean, like it seems to me it's like
There is no line.
there's no line.
There's no
But you're
line.
just watching videos and talking about politics.
Streaming is like a lot.
So you
That's a
didn't-
lot of a person to watch, right? You're sitting there for like 8 hours a day sometimes watching like every fucking thing that goes on to this person's life.
So if you
people end
have
up
to take a
forming-
massive shit, you think if there's no line, you take the camera and you keep streaming while you're taking a dump.
I'll draw the line at toilet stuff.
So toilet is the line.
Yeah.
Okay, so I defeated you. There is the line.
It is.
Another victory, flawless.
job. Nice.
Does it ever feel like I don't know, like airing out grievances? In
I mean,
public?
depending on, like in an ordinary friendship, somebody might talk a little bit of shit. Like, like I saw Adam, he was sitting extra gay yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And normally that comment would be said and it would just die in the room. But in a streamer world, there might be like a camera and somebody sees that. And then some guy goes over to, like Nick's stream, like, hey, or to your stream, like, oh, this guy said that you looked so fucking gay that day. And then you might be like, oh, well, that's because he's mad because his dad, fucked him.
Who
Stir.
cares? Like,
It's fans and anti-fans. I'm
But-
just explaining like that's how like an ordinary interaction that in the real world would go nowhere will become like top line drama of like people going back and forth because everybody's reporting everything and nobody watches the original.
seems like you're like intentionally, like, professionally in a Truman Show. That you know you're in the Truman Show.
I think when you stream, I think you're that's a little bit what you're setting up for, yeah.
Do you see that as taking any type of psychological toll on yourself?
Not me, 'cause I'm just so good.
Shut the fuck up.
But for a lot of people, yeah. So I'm like predisposed to being good in that environment. But for a lot of people, and even for me sometimes, yeah, it's kind of annoying. And if anybody wants to, like talk anything about me or whatever, everybody has an opinion. So, but
Kind of the position that you inhabit, which is like Democrat Israel, is like the perfect kind of like you get both because the internet is so polarized, right? You get like you have like rose emojis and then you have Nazis. There's a lot of Nazis.
Yeah.
But inhabiting this position, it seems like I'm not speculating that you're doing this as a business move, but it is kind of the perfect troll. You are going to have the most people that want to yell at you, and then you can yell back at.
I mean,
the centrist community can't be like.
There's a lot.
popping.
There's a lot to.
You don't go to centrist
okay?
parties
You're asking
on
me these
South
big
Beach.
questions, okay?
No,
These are big
I'm
questions.
just saying like.
It's not the most profitable position to hold.
I'm saying you have the
but-
most people that you could like.
Yeah, but the problem is that when you actually want to fight with people, if you actually want to challenge people, those people don't want to talk to you. This is something. It's my whole career has been like continually learning this. So like in the beginning of this year, I chatted with, I debated Shapiro, Owens, and Peterson, but it was only because I was willing to like do it with like kids' gloves the whole time.
And you and Ben kind of liked each other at the end.
It was, I mean, but because it was a nice.
You both talk fast.
No, it was because
Yeah.
if he says some crazy shit, I'm not going to call him out hardcore on it. Because I'm trying to be nice and like build bridges so we can have more challenging conversations.
With
But I
Ben
think the
Shapiro.
reality is, yeah, is that if
'Cause
it's
he's a
ever
piece
going
of
to
ass.
be only because of the yarmulke.
You agreed to talk to them, but why you held back? Because what?
Because I think if you push somebody too much on like a core fundamental issue, then they don't want to talk to you. 'cause
So
they
you
don't
felt
wanna,
compelled to yell at Norman Finkelstein, who's passionate about the subject and studied it his whole life, but build a bridge with Ben Shapiro.
studied in big quotes there. But I should have. I was super polite the whole time. He was the one that was making fun of me the whole time. In my mind, in my stupid naive mind, this could be one of the coolest like conversations like ever on this topic, because Lex is a huge platform. Benny Morris is like one of the most like preeminent, has gone through the original archives more than ever. Muin Rabbani, he knows a lot of stuff, and then you've got Palestinian scholar, and then you've got Norm Finkelstein, who's one of the most quoted like Western, kind of pop historian types on Israel-Palestine.
Yeah.
And I'm there to like add some flair, like this would be really cool. But after the first 2 hours, I don't remember if Lex has this on tape or not, or if he cut it, but like Benny and Lex are telling me, they're like, bro, you gotta go way harder, this guy's clowning on you. And I'm like, really? And like, yeah, you gotta open up on this guy.
But it's just like.
So then I start going a little
that's
bit-
so divorced from people dying in a war. Don't
But
you
that
see
was Norm's fault though. No, this is very frustrating.
Can I just
No,
explain? No.
hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
No,
actually.
listen.
Well, I'm not going to debate you on this.
Here, roll the clip of Norm going on
I don't care
Brianna
about the
Joy
clip.
Gray's show, and then Norm is like, when I went there, I was just gonna laugh at him the whole time, and that was his whole plan.
I think that you're prioritizing the wrong.
My priority is to have a good conversation.
Brianna Joy Gray's show. I mean, like, can you not, in an empathetic sense, understand that we were people that got dispossessed, killed, told that no one wants us, and then we see the Palestinians be people that were dispossessed, no one wants them, and we connect that to our, like, what we were told about our own history. And I think that it is.
That might be people like that. It's not Norm Finkelstein though.
It is. His parents were in the fucking Holocaust.
Yeah, but he's
bro.
a fucking. He hasn't studied or read any of this shit. He
Oh
doesn't know
my
anything about what
God.
the fuck he's talking about.
What-
You're trying to
Can
give me
you
this
not
whole
understand-
emotional
can you
spiel.
not- It's a war where people are dying.
He
Who
should
is-
have treated the conversation with the seriousness that that demands.
What was he doing? Bits?
Yeah, the whole thing was a
Like
bit for
Don
him.
Rickles?
Yeah, the whole thing was a bit. There was a time where Muin Rabbani, he was trying to talk, and Norm was like, oh, and then Muin is literally like trying to hold him back. He's like, let me, and he's like, yeah, this is literally happening. One of the times we go on break, Finkelstein gets up, and I think I mentioned something. I say something to him like, it was something I was like, hey, why do you guys do this? And he looks at me, he's like, Mr. Bonnell. He said my name flawlessly when he thought the camera was off. I'm
Yeah,
like,
he
you
cooked your ass.
motherfucker.
He cooked your ass.
Yeah.
What led
Hold
him
on.
to his scholarship?
It can be I don't know, to be honest. It could
but
be a painful
his parents
thing.
went through hell.
How can you study a region for 40 years and not speak either of the languages about that region?
You learned Hebrew?
What?
You learned-
No, but I don't consider myself to be a historian. He markets himself as a historian. I'm a YouTube debater.
But you're saying that you debate only things you're passionate about. So what gave you a passion for it?
I don't know initially here. I think that personally, in like the month before October, it was the first time I'd ever had like a formal diagnosis for ADHD, and I started medication for it. So I'm not joking.
You're gonna do this TikTok crap, your mental illness?
No. I'm saying that for the first time in my life, okay, because there's been a lot of jokes on my stream about how I'm always playing games and I'm like debating people at the same time and I'm watching videos and I'm like, ADHD. But I started medication and I noticed afterwards that I can actually sit and just read a book. And it's been very hard to like read like full books and read and whole papers and
You
stuff.
started reading books.
Yeah, books.
What's your first book that you read?
I was trying to think of a joke. Stop.
The Game. Neil
what?
Strauss, The Game.
Yeah.
Easy. Okay, go. Keep
Hilarious
going.
pop culture reference.
Hi, hold on. Okay, continue.
For Israel-Palestine, it was. I
What was
think
the first? You said you learned how to read.
I think it was like
book?
Scars of War, Wounds of Peace by I think Shlomo Ben-Ami was his first book on the Camp David peace process. But after I was able to like read stuff, history became a lot more interesting to me. Like a joke on my stream was always, "Fuck history, this is boring as fuck." But now I super enjoy reading about history. And then in reading and learning the conflict, Like there's just like a lot of cool people, events, like places. There's just like a lot of cool stuff involved.
So what led you to the conclusion that you've reached?
This is my sales pitch for Israel-Palestine, okay?
Yeah.
This is my issue, okay? Is that both sides are very invested in telling an entirely alternative history to the other side. And because
you go with the winner.
What?
You go with the winners.
No, I think there's a shared mutual history between the two. But the people on the far sides of this don't like to acknowledge any like of the shared stuff. So like for instance, in 48, right?
Correct.
I understand why the Jews would want to leave Europe after the Holocaust and everything else, and after they got promised from the British in 1917 with the Balfour Declaration and all this. I understand that. But I also understand if you're a Palestinian or an Arab, why you want to fight these motherfuckers coming in.
They've made a bad bet.
Seems like if we look today, it's a pretty good bet, no?
No, because the objective of Zionism is to keep Jews safe, and in that sense, it's been a failure because they're at war the whole time.
Yeah, the wars that they're
safer
winning
here.
though, right?
What is winning wars? People
As
are
in the
dying.
country still exists and there's not like millions of Jewish people being murdered. What do you mean?
That's being at war and people dying in wars is not like keeping people safe.
I think that if you were a Jew and you just come out of the Holocaust and then you could go to a country that's at
Those
war
people
for
didn't just come out of
80
the Holocaust.
years.
Those people made Aliyah before that.
Oh, you're trying to really trigger me. Okay.
What do you mean trigger?
Okay. The majority of the Jews that were there by 48 were probably from Europe. I agree with you, right? First, second, third, there was a ton of aliyahs for
Aliyot.
people.
Aliyot.
Yeah, for people coming over. After 48, in every successive war, there was a huge migration of Jews from surrounding Arab states because
Correct.
people get mad. Yeah. So
Yeah.
today, the majority of the people living there are of Middle Eastern descent, right?
Is it worth having like a democracy that's based on ethnicity where in order to maintain it, you have to maintain a majority, naturally, right?
The
So,
sad thing is that there probably most democracies are built this way. You just aren't perceiving it because you don't have that same kind of
I'm
like.
American, bro.
Yeah, you don't have the same pressure.
Sick.
Like even in the United States, we don't take more than, of all the immigrants legally we accept per year, no more than 7% come from each country,
That's not
right?
the point I'm making. The point I'm making is if you're going to establish a Jewish state, right, you have to establish a Jewish majority.
Sure,
It's
yeah.
going to be a democracy, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, there's a demographic issue if there's just as many Palestinians.
Yeah, there is.
in
That's
that.
why traditionally they didn't capture the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and after 67 they did, and it fucked shit up a lot for them.
This is not like two sovereign groups of people that are at war with each other. There's a power imbalance, and if you ignore that power imbalance and you say that there are two sides to every story, then you ignore kind of the political reality there.
Okay. I understand your view. I think that your view is super wrong.
Why?
Because you're only accounting for one side, and you make it seem like it's so obvious, like who's
Why am I
wrong.
counting for one side?
Because you're saying that it's so simple for who the wrong side is here, when it's not. Both sides
I
have
didn't say
made.
the wrong side. I said
Generally, as soon as
there's
you utter
an
the
issue-
phrase power imbalance, it's like you're automatically assuming.
They don't have this right to self-determination.
Okay, do the people,
That's just a fact.
even with what you're saying, do the people around them with self-determination have the right to vote?
Logical
Yeah, they
fallacy.
don't.
Logical fallacy.
Actually, and I wasn't a logical fallacy. Actually,
I'm saying that they don't have political sovereignty.
that's true.
And they are occupied
That's
by
true.
people that do.
That's true. But then the question is, what does the resolution to that look like?
Anytime the fucking prime minister is about to go to jail, then he has to fuck up some Palestinians. That's the
I haven't
resolution.
heard a resolution.
My grandma lives in Cape Town, bro.
Jesus.
She didn't have to move because black people got to vote.
What does it have to do with?
You can end an apartheid.
Yeah. Do you think that if Jews lived as a minority,
I do right now.
do you think that you live in a minority state where the majority are Arabs?
I'm a minority in America.
Are the majority here Arabs? Do you think that you would face the same pressure here that
What
you
is
would?
it? What's the difference? I'm saying it's a country where people vote,
Okay.
right?
My top line complaint actually is I actually feel like no foreigner should ever talk about Israel-Palestine.
They should have Gaza Germany. We had beef with them, no?
I don't know how that would have worked, but maybe they should have. It's like people complaining about past wrongs. I can understand that. I'm sympathetic towards that, but that doesn't get you any closer to like what does the resolution look like? And if you just say, well, one
The
state.
resolution is that everyone can vote in a country.
Okay, I don't think Jewish people are ever going for that. And I think understandably
Extensive
so.
demographic study of what people lost, reparations for what they lost.
Do you think
Truth and
wait,
Reconciliation Commission
for the
and one man,
yeah,
one vote.
do you think that for the Jews that left all the surrounding Arab states, do you think they should all pay
You can end an
reparations as well?
apartheid. What?
Do you think all the surrounding Arab states should pay reparations to all the Jews that fled as well?
I mean, like, yeah, I guess so. Jews got fucking reparations for the Holocaust.
Yeah, but not from all the surrounding Arab
But
states.
then
Okay.
you started reading a book in October. Now you think you're fucking William Shakespeare. That's the. It feels to me like a lot of what online is like. It's just people arguing with each other. And I think that it kind of does, on aggregate, probably have an effect on people's like well-being.
Prior to the internet, there's things going on in your community that are maybe worth, like even a small thing might be worth getting mad about, like shutting down a community center or doing something in a library. But now, all across the country, people get mad over shit that's like so irrelevant.
But if you see your
I've never seen so many men care about like women's sports than they do now with trans people. It's like the most important thing in the world to a lot of these guys.
Why would anyone care about women's sports?
Because trans people are there. Now they really care about it.
I went to the WNBA semifinals. They didn't cash for like 9 minutes.
They didn't catch?
Cash. They were missing layups.
Oh.
The integrity of women's sports.
It's like the fake culture war for shit. Because if we were having like cultural arguments over, I guess like platforming or like including people or guns or whatever, like that would be okay. But we're having culture war arguments over like Leah Thomas and third trimester abortions of murdering babies on it's just, or like hurricanes being created by the government. It's just like the dumbest shit.
Apparently a lot of guys are making money in sports betting right now by tracking WNBA players' menstrual cycles.
Seriously?
Yeah, they're taking the under on points. All right, palate cleanser. Let's go through a little rapid fire. Okay, first of all, Drake versus Kendrick.
Kendrick.
Fucking idiot. Drake. They not like us.
Well, Kendrick is
It
like...
sounds like fucking Heinrich Himmler saying they
Kendrick
not like
is like
us.
Wait, they not like us. They were playing that all over the place.
If it wasn't for this goddamn
war, he was
war,
like, they pushed it on
we
Spotify.
would have had the entire, we would have had the entire Jewish media apparatus defending Drake. We would have had Dershowitz on TV saying like, did you see the goat's meat? He's got a hammer and it wasn't even fully hard. Goat
Right,
debate, Jordan, LeBron.
For Jordan, obviously.
He's
It was a
fucking
different
idiot.
game back then.
Once again, he's fucking wrong.
It was a different game back then.
Once again, he's fucking wrong.
LeBron it's a totally
He was playing
different...
against guys with commercial driver's licenses.
Oh my God, they got shoes that jump for him now, okay? It's not even the same type of courts, all right? They lowered the hoop.
He didn't even have a
like
left
2
hand.
feet. Oh my God.
Lowered the hoop.
Nobody
They should have
will
done that
ever,
in the WNBA, I'll tell you that.
Nobody will ever dominate.
Gay son, thought, daughter. Where are you sitting?
Gay what?
Gay son, thought, daughter.
Gay son, thought, daughter?
Yeah, which one?
Either one, as long as you're not trans.
I'm gonna have both, probably.
You think so?
Yeah,
like
my
a
daughter.
gay thought son, or like a thought daughter
No,
and
my
a gay son?
my gay son's gonna be best friends with my wife, and like we'll be like pals. But he'll like come to me. He's like, "You won't believe what the bitch is up to today," and I'll be like, "This little fucker is crazy."
You think a lot about your gay son coming to you?
Correct answer is thought daughter. Okay, circumcision.
Wait, why is the correct answer thought daughter?
I don't know. Circumcision. What are we
Okay.
saying?
No. You're torturing
Once again,
babies.
wrong.
You're torturing babies.
Well, first of all, I don't want that in my house. I don't want some Dominican foreskin in my house. He's never gonna listen.
Why
to
is your
me.
son going to be Dominican?
It should be the father's choice if the boy gets circumcised. The mom's choice if the girl gets circumcised.
Okay.
He's not gonna respect me.
Equal rights.
If he's got some fucking gorgeous foreskin and I have a worse penis than him, he's not gonna listen to me. My girlfriend, she's been saying that she's against it. I said, "Does your brother have one?" She's like, "Yes." Circumcision. Does your dad have a circumcision?
Wait,
She
why
said,
would
yes.
she know that?
Because it's a family.
And they talk about their a lot?
You've never seen your dad's?
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, that's why you're a fucking freak like this.
Jesus.
You know who has a huge dong apparently?
Who?
Bill Maher, biggest in Hollywood, I heard. Kind of
Okay.
makes sense for how he acts.
Okay.
Like, because he's just got like a fucking to his knee. Dude, I went to a Korean spa this weekend with my girlfriend. Nick, I didn't tell you this. I saw the most remarkable penis I've ever seen in my entire life. It put a smile across my face. Hasidic
for you,
Jew,
yeah.
Hasidic Jew, his ball bag, like just above the knee. Like the longest balls I've ever seen, micro up top.
It could have been a shower. Or no, a grower. He could have been a grower. He could
I
have been a
didn't
grower.
see it grow. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, that's
I
because
looked
maybe he's
at
not
it and I
getting
was
horny
like, I
with
wanted
some
to
weird
say-
little fucking freak staring at his ball sack. Maybe
I
it's not
wasn't
turning him on like it is you,
It's
okay?
a fucking locker room. Like, no.
Yeah, but you're
He made my
doing
day.
a close enough investigation,
He
okay,
made
to
my
delineate the
day.
size of the balls and the
I'm
dick.
saying he's a good guy. He made my day.
What I'm curious about is if
He
there's
put a
video cam
smile-
footage of this,
It's
are
the
you in the
little-
corner with your fucking Inspector Gadget,
little things in
magnifying
life
glass,
that, you know,
analyzing this dude's fucking crotch?
It's the little things in life that you just know that
Like his dick?
Things are going to be better in the world. You know, we're we're in this crazy time of Trump and misinformation, and sometimes you see an old Hasidic guy's long, and his nuts were like, he had big old nuts too. It wasn't like just the bag and then just micro up top. It was just aesthetically, you expect your entire life you're never going to see that, right?
But you have.
Now I have.
Good job.
The profile of streamers is skyrocketing. We had Trump on Aiden Ross. Have you met this schmuck before, Aiden Ross?
Yeah, he said I was a 40-year-old like 15 times in a row while we were fighting on Discord to each other. It was pretty crazy, yeah.
How old are you?
35.
That was disinformation.
It was.
35-year-old.
Half bisexual, not fully gay. So.
Oh, you're bisexual?
Yeah.
Let's say, would you debate Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Would you cook him?
Obviously, yeah.
What's your strategy going?
It would just be personal insults the entire time. Trump doesn't debate on facts, so if you go there and you're like, we're going to do the child tax credit, blah, 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 and he's like, you're gay.
You're gay.
And it's like, fuck.
That'd
Nobody, no, you're, yes.
Yeah. His supporters kind of know he's lying, right? But they say that he's our guy, and that's why he's lying. And that's why we, he's lying for us.
But it's because he has like a very large conservative media sphere to draw from that are all supportive of him as the candidate, so he can do a lot of shows where he's never held accountable. But the left doesn't really have that.
MSNBC?
There's more commitment on the right to like a sycophantic support of the candidate, right? Like when Biden had his pretty bad debate performance, right? If Trump had a performance like that, do you think Fox News or the Daily Wire are like calling, maybe Trump needs to step down as a candidate? That's never, ever happened.
You're saying that Fox News is like state media?
They're Trump media.
You occupied a position that he was mentally competent to run for president again?
Like mentally competent and like fast enough to do like the debating stuff, I think are two different things.
We saw him debate Trump 4 years before that.
Do you think that's dementia?
The entire liberal media apparatus was like, well, actually, when you talk to him, he's fine. And I do think the American people felt like, well,
wait. Do you
like
think
bullshit.
you think after that debate, you think the liberal media apparatus
prior
was
to that even.
Yeah, prior to that, because they'd heard that. But do you think that they were lying about that, or do you think that that's just what they were hearing?
I do think that they lost the faith of the electorate.
I'm not asking. I'm asking. Do you think they lied about it, or do you think they were hearing that and so they reported because they thought it was true?
I think people were afraid of Donald Trump winning, maybe.
And the way to be sure that you'd be Donald Trump is to lie about Biden, so when he goes on stage and he has dementia, everybody
the other
thinks
guy's
you're
not
crazy.
retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, but then why wouldn't he have just avoided the debates?
If you want to beat Trump, you should have a guy that's not retarded.
Yeah, but then I'm just saying, what I'm saying is conspiracy theories used to be good, but like this one doesn't even make sense.
It's not a conspiracy
theory. It is, because you're alleging with no evidence that all of them knew that Biden was gonna. All of them knew that Biden was gonna fuck that debate up, but they all said he wouldn't, and then he had the debate anyway.
No,
this only works if he doesn't have the debate.
I'm not alleging that. What I'm alleging is that we were told that maybe he sounds like shit right now, but behind closed doors.
Yeah, you're repeating this. My question is, do you think they were lying about that, or do you think they genuinely believed it?
I think it tracked as bullshit to everyone.
Okay, you're still not answering the question, but that's okay. Like from what I perceive, like we're in different worlds, right? That after Biden had that debate, the whole Democratic world fell apart. They were like, he's got to go. We got to get this guy out of here. This is horrible. This is terrible. Donald Trump will never have a response like that in the right-leaning world, ever. He lost in 2020. His candidates lost in 2022. His special election pick, he's a loser politically in every sense of the word, but nobody will turn their back on him.
He just won as president.
He did this time, yeah. But after 4 years of like losing elections, what I'm saying is
we got the apprentice back.
He threw paper towels at Puerto Ricans and he talked about nuking hurricanes, but he never did the "you're fired" line. That's wild.
Well, he never put Hillary in a fucking dungeon like you promised us. You think I'm a Republican?
No.
I think what the Democratic Party's message these days is pretty much you can't get health care, but we painted a rainbow crosswalk.
And all those people with like pre-existing conditions that can like switch jobs now, they're not enslaved to one company for the rest of their lives because they can't get health insurance. It's the same shit, right? Do you have any chronic conditions?
Big
The standards of living by every measurable thing, I think people's lives have gotten better, but I think we feel a lot based on like what we're being told and like what's in our environment around us. I think this is evidenced by the fact that Donald Trump could go on stage and like, weren't you better off 4 years ago? And everybody's like, yeah. And it's like 4 years ago we were in fucking lockdowns and the world was horrible.
I mean, like there's that statistic about like 50% of Americans can't afford $1,000 emergency.
Yeah, but like those things, like 70% of people live paycheck to pay. Like people, I don't know how I feel about those. Those are weird ones, yeah.
But living paycheck to paycheck is stressful, right?
I'm gonna be honest, okay?
Yeah.
I hate the middle class. When I was poor, okay, middle class people, they spend like they're rich and they LARP like they're poor people. And when I was poor, middle class people always act like they're so much more than they really do. And now that I'm rich, middle class complain like they're working class and they're not.
That's just
hate them.
That's just a weird perspective.
It's not. It's correct. It's absolutely right. A middle class guy will say shit like, "I live paycheck to paycheck. I can barely afford like the 4th car payment we have when we got our 2nd child a car. Like it's like stressful out here. Like we only went to Disney World twice this year. That's like a middle class like paycheck to paycheck.
That's your personal gripes with people. You should get people more money. The government.
Yeah, but like.
And you should offer a tangible way to do that.
Well, here's the way. So Kamala Harris's policies were the most tangible way to do that. What are Trump's policies to do that?
What were her policies? Beyonce and crap?
It was Taylor Swift, it was a $6,000 child tax credit, which is a lot of money, which is immediately evidenced on your taxes. It was a big first-time home buyer credit, like $25,000, I think, or $15,000, and then it was a big tax deduction for new businesses. Those are like three like pretty quick, immediate ways. What are Donald Trump's?
You're unhappy in your life, you know, the factory closed, but it's because the Mexicans, and you get lower taxes, and if you watch your neighbor next door get murdered and don't do anything, not only are you not a bad person, you're a fucking patriot. You're a real American patriot. Those are tangible concepts that people can understand, right? And those translate to like electoral success, in my estimation. Saying like every like tangible policy offer is like some sort of Nathan for you, where if you're like a Latina between 26 and 28 and you hike to the top of a mountain and you have like a receipt from like, you know, the Democratic, the Democratic Party, yes, if you simply said to people, if you vote for me, you could go to the doctor. If you get cancer, you won't lose all your money. I think that is a much more tangible offer in terms of transaction.
Sure,
like
but where did
transactional exchange?
Sure, but one, the Democrats can't pass something like that. They don't have the support for it in Congress. But two, when you talk about like health care, what did Trump literally day one tried to eliminate the entirety of the ACA?
I'm not advocating for Donald Trump. I'm talking about
no, stop saying that. You have to. It's one or the other. This election was done because year-over-year inflation, the cumulative effects were brutal. That's it. That's not it. There are probably other things that they could have done to improve it, but overcoming that, no other incumbent party in the world overcame that. So, I mean, like, why would we expect in America?
Yeah. I really thought the Dick Cheney endorsement would work out for her.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you perceive as the two parties as shifting dramatically to the right at this point?
Not as much.
No?
I think that the right-left paradigm works like in a liberal sense, like where everybody is like...
I don't think there is a left in America.
I know. If we're all like liberals, like we believe like in like the classical liberalism stuff, you've got like Democrats and Republicans, but now the far sides, we have like very illiberal belief, and that doesn't really map cleanly onto like left or right.
Don't you think like Dick Cheney should go to hell? Do you think a girl could be president?
Probably, yeah. It seems like it, right?
But what if the president like has a dream, and then you did something in the dream, and then the president wakes up and they're mad at you in the real world?
That's what checks and balances are for.
And then the president like tells a story, and it's just the most boring fucking story of all time. It goes nowhere. She's like, and then I went to CVS, and they didn't have it, so I went to another CVS. And you're like talking to guys is just thrilling. Like me and my friends, sports, almost say a slur.
They'd be subjecting the entire country to being a guest on the Adam Friedland show.
I regret talking about politics. It's been a drain.
Yeah, we can do DEI and X if you want.
Okay, rapid fire. What's the best movie?
The Matrix. What? What's it supposed to be? What?
That's actually a three-way tie. It's Ben-Hur, Return of the King, and Titanic, actually.
Jesus.
Best song.
Not Like Us?
That's actually a two-way tie. Under the Bridge, Karma Police. Okay, best painting.
The one with the farmers.
Mona Lisa, done the best numbers. Everyone knows that. Best streamer.
It's Destiny.
Speed.
Oh.
Have you seen this kid?
Yeah.
He's unreal, this kid.
What do you mean?
He jumped over 2 Lambos.
He did.
His dad was driving one of them.
That's crazy.
Are you going to debate your dad on...
No, finish that. What?
On your stream one day?
Oh, probably
Or
not.
just your mother?
He kind of follows my mom politically, you know.
If I had to debate one of my parents on the stream, I mean, if they were both alive, father first.
Why?
Because he got to have sex with that beautiful angel that should have been mine. Hottest girl. Who's the hottest girl?
My girlfriend.
Shut the fuck up. Who's the hottest girl? Seriously.
Her mom.
Seriously, who's the hottest girl?
I don't do like celebrity
Of all
crushes.
time, dude.
Babs Bunny from Space Jam.
Okay, probably Marilyn Monroe. She's classic.
Okay.
And then you got probably Sydney Sweeney right now. She's like probably the goat at the moment.
Okay.
And then wild card, I would say Halle Berry.
Okay.
Wild card. Wild card, Halle Berry. Thank you, Destiny.
Thanks for having me.
You had fun?
Yeah.
My man. Thanks a lot. Oh man, I'm so fucking excited. This is gonna be awesome. Hey, what's up, dude? Where's the sketch at for this week, huh? What happened to that sketch? That whole thing you were telling me about. The Ukraine thing was good. Oh man, I'm so fucking excited. This is gonna be awesome.
Used to play at a high level. Pass to Williams. Outside Tatum.
Hey,
Fires from deep.
what's up, dude?
Gets the three to fall.
Where's the sketch at for this week, huh? What happened to that sketch? That whole thing you were telling me about. The Ukraine thing was good. It was funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't really. It doesn't feel like relevant anymore. You know.
So what? You're mad at me about that?
I mean, yeah, it feels like you're fucking undermining me a lot lately.
How could I possibly be undermining you?
Oh, it just seems like fucking weird timing that I write this Ukraine thing, and suddenly now there's a different war.
So what do you think I did? I had the Jews that control the world start a different war.
Frankly, yes, I do.
That's insane, and it's anti-Semitic, Nick.
Okay, well then fucking prove it. Call them. Call them right now. Either call them or you're lying.
I'm not gonna call them. They're probably really busy.
Call them right now.
All right.
You're fucking
To
lying.
your fucking self. Hey Siri, call the Jews that control the world.
Calling the Jews that control the world. Mobile.
Yeah. No, on speaker.
No.
Put it on speakerphone now, you fucking piece.
No, but they can
No, put it on speakerphone now.
Well, wait till they pick up. Okay.
All right. It's fucking bullshit.
You know who's Orthodox on Law and Order?
Stephen Hill.
Stephen Hill is Orthodox.
Is he still alive?
I think he died fairly recently, yeah.
No.
They used to have to stop at 2 o'clock. What's that I'm calling?
No, you put on speed. They went on put this.
Give me the damn.
I have no idea. You can see if you can figure it out.
Hello? How do you even know it has a speakerphone?
I didn't see this phone for years.
Hey, guys.
Wait a minute. Wait,
Adam
wait,
Friedland
wait.
here. Adam Friedland Show. How you doing?
Adam, that favor you asked us, we took care of it. The war is on.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
No, it was just they're making a joke out of it.
I didn't ask you to start any wars, guys.
What are you talking about? You asked us to do you a favor, the war?
No, I didn't. I didn't ask you to start a war.
Yes, you did.
I
I
didn't.
remember.
No, I didn't.
I have a perfect memory. My doctor told me I have a memory of 2 years old.
I do too. I have a perfect memory.
Fuck
you. I mean,
I think they misunderstood, but honestly, this war could be pretty good for the show.
Hey guys.
Hi, Nick.
Yeah, it's Nick. Listen, no, I'll just tell you what's going on real quick.
Yeah, so I had this sketch I wrote for the show about Ukraine, and I was really excited about it. And Adam called you guys to have you start a different war so that the Ukraine thing is irrelevant, and I look like a fucking idiot.
That's why Adam had all these people killed, is so that I look dumb.
Nick, I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
You really wanted us to start a war just to hurt your friend?
this could really be bad for us, you know?
You think?
He's in damage.
He'll get his. He'll get his.
You make us look terrible, you schmuck, you cocksucking asshole. What kind of a Jew are you, schmuck?
Easy. He's just a boy.
He's 47 years old.
Friendship is the most important thing.
Well, yeah, anyway, thanks for booking Dave Portnoy for the show, guys.
What do we have to do with booking Portnoy?
Who the hell is boy? He knows Portnoy.
You know Portnoy?
Guy's got nothing else to worry about.
Didn't you send us an email?
No. If
If it was from us, it would say sent from my Windows phone.
But I have a Google Pixel.
What? What are you talking about? I thought we were going to get Windows phone.
I can't believe this. What a.
Listen, we're busy. We have to clean up this mess, and you're getting on my nerves. You have the regular channels, 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, sometimes 7, sometimes 11, sometimes 13. Depends on the weather conditions and all that, you know.
With an antenna?
Yeah, I have an antenna. Well, it's called an antenna, but I have one of those HD antennas.
There's still Channel 9? There used to be Channel 9.
There is a Channel 9 still.
I think Channel 9 is from Jersey, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, dude, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. So now you're not talking to me.
No, it's just. I mean, if the Jews that control the world didn't book Dave Portnoy, then who the hell sent this email?
Our next guest is an American businessman and social media sensation. He has interviewed a sitting president. His pizza reviews have been performed all over the globe. He's also considered persona non grata at every NFL stadium. 20 years ago, he started a 4-page gambling publication that he has built into a media empire now worth $1. Everyone, please welcome Dave Portnoy. Oh, sorry. I'm good.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
How's it feel? $1.
Yeah, it's been a busy month or whatever since it's been happening. So, but it's good. Feels good to be back.
What if I gave you $2? That's a 100% profit.
It is a 100% profit.
That's a smart money move, right?
Would you just slice and dice our entire staff?
What about $3?
Triple the price. Probably not.
No?
No.
No?
No.
Well, Dave and I, this is our dynamic. We actually know each other from the Jewish media. We haven't seen each other since the last meeting.
That's the control of the world.
They don't like it when we talk about this live, but I'm going to blow the whistle on our colleagues. You got a lot of people on your shit list, Dave. You have a problem with that old nun lady,
Sister Jean.
What was your beef with her?
I just thought she was sucking up all the attention from the players, but she has outlived my hate. She's still going. I respect that. Not many people can do that. She just turned like 104 or something, and I took my cap. Anybody who can live that long, no more hate.
Because she's a piece of
No. She may have been back in the day, but I do not think that is why people currently are into the Sister Jean.
I think she's smoked. I think she's a barstool. What is it? Baddie?
No, you just made that up. You actually kind of reversed it. You think they're into her because she's a smoke show? What do they call it? Barstool Baddie? It's actually a Barstool Smoke Show.
Yeah, but it'd be better if it was Baddie.
Why?
Because it's alliterative.
What?
Alliterative.
What does that mean?
It's a B and a B. Barstool Baddie.
Yeah, you know what? I was a Miami Hurricane fan growing up, and they come through the tunnel, the smoke show. That's where that came out. Like, oh, here come the Hurricanes. Here comes a pretty girl.
The Michael Irvin years.
Yeah, I did. I like the kind of outlaw
the cocaine years.
Yeah.
They stopped doing cocaine down there in Miami? Or?
No, I think that's always in style.
I read that thing about the Heatles, like an oral history about the Heatles. I would say complete failure of a project. They didn't get 4 or 5. Like,
no, they didn't do the one.
Like LeBum said they would.
Correct.
But apparently just the lines for the bathrooms during those games were just like 40 minutes long because everyone was trying to do bumps.
I don't know if that's true or not.
It's just what I heard.
If you heard it.
What, are you trying to defend LeBron? I thought you...
I hate LeBron. I didn't know that was an attack on LeBron, saying there was lines in the crowd to do coke in the bathroom. I didn't know that was an attack on LeBron.
You hate LeBron?
I hate him.
From the Delonte Fucked Your Mom series?
No, we sold T-shirts for that.
It was very unkind.
I wish I remember what the T-shirt said. I just did Adderall to wake up.
Delonte fucked your mom.
No, it did not. It had a catchy phrase. Trust me.
Oh, like Barstool Smoke.
Smoke Show, based on the hurricane. It was a catchy phrase. Delonte's mom went right.
Mom, like British style?
No, that's just my Boston accent.
Oh, okay.
Popcorn.
Popcorn?
Popcorn, yeah.
But they say that in Boston?
That's how I say it. I don't.
They say not a lot of other words in Boston.
I think we're going to go down a path I disagree with. Are you Kyrie Irving over here?
No, I just don't think.
Well, what words are you going to say?
I just don't think it's nice.
I don't know what words you're about to imply that Bostonians say, but I strongly disagree.
Especially at a basketball game.
Like, again, who is this coming from? Kyrie?
If there's a long history of the Boston Garden.
Well, it's certainly, back in the day, probably had some racists, like most cities, but it's I wouldn't say it's better or worse than any city right now.
You're saying Boston is the least racist city in America?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say better or worse.
You know, I'm from Boston.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Where?
Southie.
Seemed like a Southie guy.
I was there when they called it Saudi.
That wasn't that funny of a joke. Can I tell you? All your people laughing.
Can I tell you about my upbringing?
Sure.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, people. No one wanted me. I was a fucking orphan. Everyone said I was shit. I had shit for brains, retarded. You know.
I don't believe what you're saying.
I had to fight my way out of my neighborhood.
Okay.
My friends were all common street toughs, and they were in a gang, actually. The Boondock Saints. My
like
friends.
the movie, yeah.
Not like the movie. Like the real Boondock Saints.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get into crime, you know? So I wanted to make an honest living, so I got a job as a janitor.
Like, so we're going to do a movie. We're going to go down different Boston.
What movies are you talking about?
I get it. What's next?
I got a job as a janitor at Harvard. And at night I was cleaning. I saw there was a problem on the board. Unsolvable.
Math problem.
No. It said racism question mark. I wrote down the answer. They tried to find me. They're like, how could a common street tough, a retarded guy,
correct,
come up with his answer? So they find me. So I was like, so you want me to work at Harvard? And they're like, no. We want you to join the state police. The Stadies, kid. Go deep undercover with the mafia.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went home and I smoked weed with my teddy bear named Ted.
Did that go well?
No, you had that fucking look on your face.
If this was in my office, I'd been like, enough. I get the shtick. We're doing movies. We're doing all things. I sat here patiently as you completed.
If it was in your office, I'd be on a casting couch.
What does that mean?
Wait, actually, I forgot to mention, guys, but it is like, on a serious note, it is September 11th. And it's today. And we are recording it. We're in New York City. So I just want to recognize that. And maybe we can just take a brief moment of silence. Just everyone in the room.
A sign of his continuing growth as a player.
Outside Irving, from behind the arc. Rebounded by Cousins.
So Dave, what do you make of the reports that Osama bin Laden was at Fenway Park on the 10th of September 2000?
Never heard those reports.
There's incontrovertible proof.
We were just watching a game?
We have pictures. Look at he's throwing out the first pitch right here.
Irving's got 3 assists now in this
Well, that's not Fenway.
It's Osama bin Laden. Look at the picture.
Yeah, I'm looking. Looks a little bit like Scottie Pippen.
I always confuse them. Apparently, they're both hung like a horse.
Oh, is that what you hear?
Field Team 6 said he had the biggest one they've ever seen.
I don't know what you would.
September 11th was sad. I mean, it's not right to make jokes.
I think that's fair to say.
A lot of Jews almost died. Everyone likes to talk about the GOAT debate, and you've chimed in on LeBron a bunch of times.
Yeah,
After 20 years, 4 rings, countless accolades, do you still maintain that the GOAT is Brian Scalabrine?
I knew. See, I'm getting used to your. I knew it wasn't going to be.
Dave, let's see this right now. Look at this, everyone. Career averages 3.1 points. This is your GOAT, Dave.
I like Scal. You're not going to get me to trash
You think he's the greatest basketball player of all time?
I'm a fan of Scal. Do I think he's the best of all time? He's in the conversation. Oh,
Have you
boy.
met Simmons?
Bill? No.
What do you guys like each other or dislike each other? I feel like you guys are kind of foils and
We did not. We had some issues early in the beginning of Barstool. I loved him reading him. He's a brilliant writer. So we had our issues as Barstool was on the come up and kind of replacing, but we're fine now.
He took shots?
Well, I'm a shot taker. Basically, and this may have just been me being a crybaby, I couldn't get him to do an interview. I was hounding him, and he answered finally. He didn't want to do it because he doesn't like publicity, and I hated that answer.
That sucks as an answer.
But we got past it, but I did hammer him pretty frequently in the early days.
Do you conceive of yourself as playing a heel? Because what I see your gift is, and the success that you have, is that you're really good at creating storylines.
I don't purposely create narratives, but I may be good at realizing when like a narrative is happening, and I'll just dive into it,
push it,
and make it. It's like, all right, we got something here. But I'm not intentionally going out to create a narrative.
You have a skill at creating spectacle.
Yeah, not intentionally.
You were earnestly protesting out of the NFL offices to Deflategate?
That is a bit. Half bit, half real. But it wasn't meant to go outside. Like, I don't really think like, oh, this is going to be in the New York Post. It's like, this is a funny bit for our audience. Like, I don't really think beyond the Barstool crowd, and then it goes beyond the Barstool crowd.
And then it grows into a narrative.
Correct.
And then
we keep, then it's like with the Goodell thing, it's continued year after year after year, and he's too dumb to like play along because then it would be over, and it keeps helping him.
Everyone fucking hates that guy, no?
I don't think he's well liked now.
No.
Because he probably has no self-awareness. Because if he did, he would play along with us and it would be dead. I mean, they dragged me out of the Super Bowl in handcuffs at halftime when I was just literally sitting in my chair watching the game. That helps me, but like that's a crazy move by them.
And you were there to protest the war in Iraq, or?
No. I think that war was done. I was just there to watch the Super Bowl.
You got involved in the GameStop thing.
Yeah.
There are people that cheated. Normal people tried to play their game.
I agree with
that. They got fucked.
Absolutely.
Right? And at the end of that, you and AOC were kind of on the same side of that.
I think of that issue we were.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you do recognize that it is wrong, kind of, essentially, to create wealth without creating anything.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, then what? I'm a socialist now.
You love Bernie.
I do like Bernie Sanders. I don't like his politics, but I like him.
Why not?
Like socialist would mean like, let's give everybody equal everything, and
no.
Like, what does it mean?
It means that people have a say in the means of production, and it means that you view history in terms of allocation of resources.
No, I don't understand.
In a simple sense, you just view history in terms of who has shit and who doesn't have shit.
Yeah, I mean, history is written by the winners. Is that another way of saying that?
No.
Okay, then I still don't know what you're saying.
I'll say it this way. Are you willing to endorse Medicare for all, once and for all, right now?
Medicare for all?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone should have Medicare.
I think it just makes sense.
Yeah, I think people.
Everyone could go to
Post. It's like this is a. Everybody equal everything, and
no.
Like, what does it mean?
It means that people and AOC were kind of on the same side.
I would, like socialist would mean. Like, let's give everybody equal everything, and
no.
Like, what does it mean?
It means that people have a say in the means of production, and it means that you view history in terms of allocation of resources.
No, I don't understand.
In a simple sense, you just view history in terms of who has shit and who doesn't have shit.
Yeah, I mean, history is written by the winners. Is that another way of saying that?
No.
Okay, then I still don't know what you're saying.
I'll say it this way. Are you willing to endorse Medicare for all, once and for all, right now?
Medicare for all?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone should have Medicare.
I think it just makes sense.
Yeah, I think people.
Everyone could go to school for free. Everyone could go to the library for free. If your house is burning, the fire department comes for free.
Correct.
You should go to the doctor.
So I'm a socialist now. All right, if you say so.
I think you are.
Do I get to keep all my money?
No, you have to give it to.
Yeah, well, we're getting a little bit fucking hairy.
You have to give it to. I know a guy. My family works with him. Madoff. He's great.
Yeah, I almost bought his house.
Was it built on lies?
It probably was built on House of Lies, yes.
You're in a relationship now.
I am.
How long have you guys been together?
2 years.
Are you happy?
Yes.
You're gonna get married?
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Are you gonna have kids?
We'll see.
You guys are go courtside a lot.
We
The games.
do,
We
yeah.
have a picture of you and your lovely partner right here. I mean, look how happy they are.
A Belichick shot. If we're doing Belichick shots, I'm not beyond walking out. It's a Belichick shot.
That's the wrong picture.
That's his daughter right there, kissing.
Do you think it's Pat's culture to kiss your kids on the lips?
Because of the Brady thing?
And Belichick.
When you win so many Super Bowls, a lot of kissing going on, so it's hard for me to tell.
Brady wasn't doing that at a Super Bowl.
But you're just in a joyous mood all the time.
So are you gonna kiss your son on the lips?
I don't have a son.
Leader of men, kiss.
I have no problem with that. In many cultures, that's how they do it.
Did in my family.
I believe it.
Because I seem loved.
You do seem loved.
Yeah. I know. Are you worried about the divorce? Do you think he's hurting?
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
He needs us.
What do you mean us?
His friends.
Yeah.
He's coming out of a breakup. You know, he's lonely. He's sleeping with girls. He's waking up next to them. He's like, I don't even know who this is. You know, like it was nice last night. I was a little bit drunk, but I'm lonelier than ever. I miss my family.
I'll keep an eye on it.
You have a tremendous respect for Bob Kraft as well?
I'm a big Bob Kraft guy,
Yeah.
yes.
Do you think that you're good at business because you're Jewish? Or do you see that as not playing any relation to that?
Zero relation.
I'm really bad at business.
Yeah.
A lot of people say you're either a book Jew or a money Jew, and I'm illiterate and bad at money.
Comedians, like that's also a lane, right?
Like from Seinfeld?
Well, Larry David, Seinfeld, yeah. Like.
Oh, I thought you said Elaine.
No.
Yeah, it's the stupidest lane in the entire world.
Why is it stupid?
I told my parents I wanted to be a clown. I got into law school and I was like, I'm a clown. Mommy.
Did you go to law school?
I didn't go.
Oh.
Because I was too lazy. It wasn't about this, that I had to be a razzle-dazzle show business man. I just got lucky. And I just became one of the most important public intellectuals in American culture today. As you, your words, not mine.
I never said that, but.
Bob Kraft got in trouble for getting yanked?
Yeah, he did.
You know, a lot of my friends have gone to those places. They say the massage isn't very good. I bet you Kraft went to a place where it was like spa level.
We were there in Miami. He's probably not the only one. It was a stink.
You went to the place?
It was closed by the time we went there, but we did a pizza review. Like
they had pizza at the spa?
No, different place.
Oh,
yeah.
That's so sick. I met Edelman. You know that? Are you boys with him?
Cookies.
What is it with the white receiver? Bill loves the white boy.
The slot guy?
He loves a little white boy run out there.
I like how you threw the accent on it, like you were Bear Bryant.
It's football style. Yeah.
I like that. Very impressive.
I asked him about the fraternity of the white receiver.
You had Edelman. What you just in?
No, I just met him.
Casual conversation.
He answered every question. It was an unbelievable thing.
Where'd you meet him?
At the Comedy Cellar. Packing a fat lip.
Okay.
So handsome.
He's a very good-looking guy.
It's nice. It's nice to see.
A Jew doing well?
No, just like in the league on Sundays.
What does one Jew in playing the NFL do for me?
That's not what we do. We're terrible at those things.
It almost.
And one guy's and he's handsome.
Yeah, but you can almost argue one draws more attention to it. It's like, look, they got one. It's almost like, you know, if you get 1 point, if you lose 100-0, 100-1, 100-1's almost worse.
What is that point?
What does one Jew playing in the NFL do?
The entire NFL to be Jewish, of course.
But we got one. We're never going to have more than 5.
It's unbelievable to have one.
Okay. It didn't do anything for me.
You don't feel a little bit like when people talk about like Black Panther?
No.
They're like, that's representation.
No, don't feel that way.
You don't feel that way at all?
No.
So you want him to stop being Jewish?
He should practice.
You know, he also, every time someone fucks up and is mean to us, he's always the one that...
He did it with...
Deshaun,
yeah.
And he did it with that guy on the Heat.
Myers Leonard.
Yeah.
Or whatever his name was.
He was gaming, and then he said the K word.
Yeah.
Although that's kind of a word you use when you game a little bit, no?
Kike?
David.
I don't know if that's a word you use gaming.
Those kids use a lot of damn words. A lot of Boston style words. Have you read Portnoy's complaint?
No.
Come on, bro.
What, just because my name's in it?
Yeah, no, this is the Great American Novel.
Was it Rothstein or something? David Roth?
That's our history.
What do you mean it's our history?
It's a book about beating off and being horny for shiksa.
So anything Jewish, I gotta read or consume. I watch Seinfeld. I like Curb. There you go. I'm good.
You're rich.
Rich.
Control the media.
Control the media.
Trusted advisor of President Donald Trump.
How about that?
You have to read it.
I'm not going to. I've heard enough people talk about it. It doesn't interest me, the story.
You're just being contrarian.
No, I'm not being contrarian.
Oh, can I tell you what it's about?
Sure.
When you see like a sexy girl, you have to do something called peacocking. So you wear like something outrageous, and then you see the girl, and she's known as the target. And then you gotta go up to the target, and then you have to neg the target. And
that's what the book's about?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound interesting.
But let's talk about going to the White House.
It was surreal.
When did you get the call?
I think I probably went to the White House on a Thursday, and I got the call the day before. It was very fast.
I was talking to PFT. He said that no one in the office knew.
I don't really interview people, like, ever. So to get a call that he wanted me to come to the Rose Garden to interview him was a lot. I liked him. He was personable when I was there. I think he let his guard down when he realized, obviously, I wasn't like an attack guy. But yeah, I thought he was personable.
Your dad bitched out against Trump.
He talked a lot of shit. He really does not care for Trump. And he had the opportunity. I FaceTimed him, and he kind of turtled.
Did you tip him off?
No. Somebody at the office may have tipped him. I tried my best not to tip him off.
You ambushed your old man.
Yeah.
My dad would have crushed him. He was watching Maddo 24/7.
Yeah, but you
would have been like, Mr. President, I have no respect for you.
You think so, and then I don't care whether you like him or don't. He still was the president at the time.
Is he transfixing when you meet him?
What does transfixing mean?
Does he have a presence where you're like...
Yeah, of course. No, it didn't make that sound, but he definitely had a presence.
I didn't think Trump made that sound.
Well, you made it. Yeah, he's the president. He had, for sure, a presence.
It's so funny he became the president.
It's quite funny, actually.
From Apprentice?
I've said that. I don't know why he won, I guess, his ego.
He didn't want to win.
I think he did.
No, he was renegotiating his contract with Jeff Zucker at Apprentice.
Well, maybe
it was like a stunt to get more money.
Maybe he didn't think he was going to win, but I think he wanted to win. So why is he running now, then?
He likes his guys. He likes the rallies.
He's very funny.
When he works those stadiums, he's crushing. Like, I think that charges him up.
Addiction?
If I was like just doing arena tours, and everyone's like, I think
I could see that being addicting.
Peak COVID, he was like the last comic working the road. We all had to stay home, and Trump was out there crushing and killing Herman Cain from COVID, and he was having the time of his life. He's a big boy.
Yeah, I didn't think he was overwhelmingly big.
I think he's about 6'6", 6'7".
He's not that big.
No, I think 4'3",
4'3", 40.
Trump at the combine.
You're putting out Kim Jong-un stats here.
What's Kim Jong-un?
That's the guy from North Korea.
Kim Jong-un?
Correct.
Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, I'm not the best name guy. Those are his stats.
Didn't they say Trump shot a 64 the other day?
That again.
That is North Korea style.
That's when I think he said he shot an 18 on a full regular golf course at one point.
So sick.
Yeah, impressive.
He should go league.
I've never really heard that for golf, but okay.
Do you have Trump's number?
No.
There was a hesitation there.
I was thinking whether I did. I don't.
Sounds like you have Trump's number.
No, I don't.
Will you FaceTime Trump?
I don't have his number.
Could you tell him that the show is really great? And you
could pass it along through like 18 different people, probably.
Epstein or?
No, I don't know Epstein. I never had the pleasure.
You weren't on the flight logs. Did you take your own plane there?
Don't have my own plane.
You have a horse though.
I do, multiple.
How many horses do you have?
I have one that I just bought recently that I own 100%. I own 25% of a bunch of horses.
You own like the butt?
They actually say like you own a leg.
Did you name your horse yourself?
I've named some of them. I used to name them after my own employees. And this latest one I named Wonder Girl Carly. It's after like a video of a football player that we used to post the video. It was a girl. She was awesome, very fast.
She's like Baby Gronk style?
She's better than Baby Gronk.
Have you seen?
I'm surprised.
Have you seen a picture of his mom?
Of Baby Gronk's mom?
You have to see a pic.
Is this like a real thing here?
This is legitimately.
Have you had Baby Gronk on the show?
No, I don't want to talk to kids.
It is definitely a big
Bro, no, it's for real. This is awesome.
There's no chance.
I swear to God, dude. That's his mom.
Bullshit.
I swear to God, dude. This is, Baby Gronk's mom. I just, that's his mom.
I don't know if I believe you. But how could
That's
you get the same
Google Images.
Yeah, well, you're capable of anything.
What, I hacked into Google?
I don't know what you do around here. It's the only picture though I see. I don't think that's her.
Why?
Because that would be everywhere when you put it in as the main.
Gronk's mom to have big old cans?
Those were crazy.
Those were insane. Those are the biggest tits I've ever. They were freak show.
And they're quite large. I don't believe that's her.
I'll show you right now. Reputable sources.
Austin, Google Baby Gronk's mom and see if that checks out on a neutral phone, not in.
What do you mean neutral phone?
China. I don't know what you're going on.
China? What do you mean China? E-Bombs World.
It says it?
Yeah, Dave, it's from E-Bombs World.
Exactly. E-Bombs World. Blast from the past.
Did you like Homestar Runner?
Oh, what the hell that
He doesn't know what that is. You cried when Brady left?
No, I didn't cry.
When's the last time you cried?
Jimmy Buffett dying.
I love that song. Yes, I am a pirate.
Yeah.
You know that one?
Yeah, Pirate looks at 40.
That song is so us.
So us.
Yeah, imagine us, barbecue, Montauk, your crib, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon.
All the big Boston
Big
guys.
Poppy. Who else? I don't know. Fucking.
You're just doing Boston people. Maria Menounos.
Who the fuck is that?
Come on now, she's a Boston legend.
She's from the.
She used to do like
Boston?
Yeah, she goes all Celtics games. Very
Kind of
beautiful Greek woman.
She's the hottest woman in Boston. That's kind of like in the land of the blind, the one eye, you know.
Maria Menounos could go toe to toe with anybody in the prime. Anybody.
Any chick ever?
Yes.
No way, brother.
Yes way.
What about your girlfriend?
Very pretty.
You think she's hotter than your girlfriend?
I said she could go toe to toe with anybody. So can my girlfriend. So you're not gonna get me in trouble.
My girlfriend's way hotter than this chick that I don't even know what she is.
Maria Menounos.
What is
Menounos. It's her name.
Wasn't that a boy band? A Hispanic boy band?
That's Menuno, I think.
Menuno.
Muto. Yeah, something close. Something close.
All right. What do you think about the us selling all them weapons to Ukraine?
Why did you think I'd be a good guest on the show?
Honestly, when I started the show, your top 5 dream guests.
Who are the others?
Rachel Dolezal.
Who?
Rachel Dolezal.
I don't know who that is.
She's that lady that said she was head of the NAACP in Spokane, Washington, and turned out she was white.
Interesting.
She's got an OnlyFans. You should check it out. What was your bar mitzvah theme?
Baseball.
Was everyone packing lips?
No. We're, 12, 13? That's a big league chew, though. That was around the era of, like, Dave Stewart and the Oakland A's.
They were nasty.
Yeah, they weren't doing well, the Red Sox, around that.
My dad was at the Gibson game in '88.
That's cool.
You said that's cool sarcastically.
No, being at the Kirk Gibson home run game's cool.
You were at fucking January 6th.
The Super Bowl?
The attacks on Congress.
I don't, sometimes sitting, I don't know how
No, I
your
got
brain,
defensive. I got defensive.
your brain
I got
leaps
defensive.
to like, hey, Kirk Gibson
Dave,
home run
I
game,
got
you were at the
defensive.
Capitol. Like, what?
No, you said that. You said like it was like
No, that was cool.
You said like
and then you said I was
no,
in the
you said
Capitol.
like Sex in the City style.
Like, there's no.
No, Dave, you said Sex in the City style. You were like,
No, I didn't.
That's
I didn't.
cool.
I didn't. I was like, my dad was at the Kirk Gibson game. That's cool. You were at the riots at the Capitol. Like, that connection was wild.
I deflected. But
it's a crazy deflection, even.
Of course it's crazy. It's a fucking absurd thing to say.
Crazy.
Them boys running at the building.
Them boys.
Cop tasered himself in the balls. And so
well, we have time out. We have a rule. If it doesn't, like an early Barstool rule, is if it's in countries we never go to, well, then maybe it's a little like crazy. Like, oh, a panther jumps out of a roof and mauls 20 people. That we don't think you're
but
ever.
American lives.
No. If you think there's a chance a relative could read us making fun of it, stay away.
You're saying like in Bangladesh, like if 500 people die.
Wouldn't be funny,
You
but
could
if they
do a blog
died,
post.
if they died because a tiger jumped through a roof,
What if because they all tasered their balls?
that would be funny.
Yeah. Wait, you've done a lot this year.
What?
You've done a lot this year for gender issues.
I don't know where that's going, but let's keep it going. All right.
Like I always thought that Taylor Swift was for girls and babies, and you showed us that it's for guys from Boston
Everybody.
also.
It's for everybody.
I'm pretty sure it's girls and babies.
No, Taylor Swift is for
I'm
everybody.
pretty sure that only girls and
Oh,
babies.
Stephen A. Smith. Did you hear his rant after he saw her?
What do you say? That is preposterous.
Awesome.
Stephen A. Smith liked a concert, and that's who you go to?
What are you talking about?
You did quite intelligently. Like, that was a massive social
I like
That's
Taylor
a massive
Swift.
spectacle.
I
And
like Taylor Swift.
You became part of the story.
Yeah, the traveling jacket.
You stole that from Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants?
A lot of people saying that, but again, I didn't really plan it. I bought the jacket. I need something to wear, and then I gave it away, and it goes to every concert. I'm a big Swiftie. It is a good army to have at your back. I do like being part of this army.
You are.
What?
I don't know if you heard.
What?
They don't. I got in shit. No, this is real.
With Taylor?
No, with the army.
Taylor's army?
Army. You're saying you were in the shit with them. Like you're.
I don't even know.
Like you're a
I don't know if you're gonna we're gonna start talking about Ukraine's army
I got
or
in trouble.
Taylor's
I got in trouble because that guy came on my podcast.
Did know this.
I got in trouble.
Yeah, so okay.
And so your army.
I did know.
Your army were telling me some very not nice things.
So I did know about this, and
so you're gonna tell the army to give me a pass?
No.
Why not?
Because that's your issue. And you're coming. I mean, I've heard something because I tried to hire you guys back in the day. If you recall that when you were doing the Come Town thing, you didn't give me the time of day.
We've made hundreds. These Swifties, I got thousands of death threats.
Good.
Right? One of them said to me, "You will never know peace again."
I like that. That is exactly what a threat should sound like.
Poetic.
Yes.
Shakespearean.
Yeah, you will never know peace again. I like that.
Another girl said to me, I guess it's guys from Boston too, but another girl said to me, she said, "I'm going to push you in front of a train." Now, Adolf Hitler, okay?
Yep.
The worst guy I can think of.
Yeah.
Put Jews on the train.
Yes.
He would never push us in front.
No.
So your army, perhaps worse than the Nazis. We're kind of the same guy a little bit, no?
I don't know yet. Sometimes I have a hard time.
What if we went to high school together?
What about, would we be friends?
Yeah,
I think we would.
What were you, jock?
I played sports.
Baseball?
Yep. Were you any good?
Middle infield.
Yeah, you don't strike me as being good, but I have heard you talk quite a bit about, like, you have a lot of sports knowledge.
I love ball. I love ball. Isn't it the best thing?
Yeah, I like sports.
I know everything about ball, dude.
Like the way you just keep calling it ball, is that like a joke?
What do you call it?
Sports.
Athletics?
No, sports.
Sports?
Correct, you're calling it ball.
What's wrong with calling it ball?
I can't tell if it's a joke.
It's just the cool way to say sports. What do you say? I love sport and
sports. Well, we are here. Like, do you like sports? You don't hear many people be like, you like ball?
What's your favorite sport to play?
Like, I like playing baseball growing up. Now it's like I'm old. I don't do much. So
you work out?
I can't have bad shoulder. I need shoulder replacement surgery.
Tommy John?
No, it's just like a full shoulder replacement.
How do they give a person a new one?
I don't know, the wonders of science.
These guys know how to make a shoulder?
Yeah, it's a fake one. Stick it in.
These Jews are incredible, aren't they?
All the doctors.
Have you heard gay thoughts?
Have I heard gay thoughts?
We all have.
No, I don't think really.
No, we all have for like a second.
No, I don't.
For 1 second, you have a gay thought.
I could care less. I do not recall having
You're
gay
saying
thoughts.
you've never had one gay thought?
I was with Matthew McConaughey today. I didn't have a gay thought.
All right. Yeah.
Well played.
The way you guys talk about Brady.
I love Brady.
It's a little gay, no?
No, it isn't.
Oh, you guys are like, Tom, he's the most handsome. Oh my God.
Well, you can say guy's good looking.
massive.
I said his kid had a huge cock, not him. That's true.
I read that blog.
Most overblown thing, like controversy.
so
I had the state cops were at my house.
You got the Stadies?
Yeah.
The Stadies,
Yeah,
kid.
yeah. It was fucking no joke. I woke up one day, there's a huge dildo stuck to my apartment door. Like, people were like, this guy's a pedophile. The kid was the Gerber baby. He was a tiny little fucking kid.
But he had a monster.
It was a big hog. It was, for an infant, it was huge. And the blog, to clarify.
You're celebrating the virility of this man's son.
Listen, we were in the heat.
You guys all want to suck this guy so.
We were in the heat.
You're saying you've never had one gay thought.
We were in the heat.
It's fine to say it's 2023.
I could care the fuck less. I would say it. I haven't. What do you want me to lie?
One
Just to
tiny
appease you?
slight gay thought.
No, I haven't. If you want me to appease you.
Not like just one time when you're 13, because you find out what gay is.
Punky Brewster. I fucking was like infatuated with Punky Brewster when I was little. There you go. That's your answer.
Mona Lisa Vito.
Mona Lisa Vito. That from the.
Right.
Yeah.
My
that's
Cousin Vinny.
My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
Aren't you a little old for that?
I'm 36.
When did that movie come out?
When I was a little kid.
How little?
I don't know. I was like 6, and I was like, I want to fuck that.
I'm gonna do the math on that later.
You got to do the math?
Yeah, I do have to do the math. I bet you were kind of, despite your looks, fairly popular in high school.
What's wrong with my look?
Oh, you're not like,
I'm not like you're kind of handsome.
But you're not gross, and you're like funny. But you have this show.
Do you like this show? It's kind of cool, retro vibe, no?
Yeah, super cool.
Thanks.
Good interview.
Dave, everyone. Dave, everyone.
Nice shoes.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, brother.
Oh, lights out. We done?
We're done.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
You're welcome.
I think that'll be, in the edit, I think it'll be really fun. How you feeling? That was
It's your show.
It was kind of all over the map.
Well, the host was all over the map. So that you end up all over the map.
I just feel like we were just we're bouncing.
Just a couple boys trying to get to the league.
have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan, would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would there not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood, and they didn't accept the borders, and in fact later expanded the borders. Second of all,
the borders were expanded in war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
They accepted.
You can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that maybe at some point they would be able to get more.
Including
but
their most senior leaders who said so, and I think you've quoted them
but
saying
they grudgingly accepted what the United Nations, the world community, had said, this is what you're going to get.
And second of all, I mean, removing darker people, it's intrinsic. It's intrinsic.
Jews are as dark as Arabs.
It's intrinsic to Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, the French had been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of the West?
In the 1944 resolution of the Labor Party, and at the time even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labor Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Muin's pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking, that there was nothing, it doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case, as you said, Professor Morris, that the Zionists wanted to create a happy state with a Jewish majority but a large Jewish minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in the United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority, you can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to its citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arab 23 states.
No, wait. Before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state, and in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on sufferance and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation. Because
Was that painful?
Because, as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or, at worst, expelled. That was their ideology, and I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me just respond to the word unsufferance. The unsufferance I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. The Jewish state came into being in 1948. It had a population which was 20% Arab when it came into being. After Arab refugees, many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. We're talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created. The 20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. They have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. They enjoyed
they lived under emergency laws until 1966.
For a period, sure, they lived under emergency.
So they didn't immediately have citizenship.
No, wait a second. At the beginning,
fantasy.
It's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the subsequent
Then why did
decades.
you say, Professor Morris?
Yes.
Then why did you say without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established?
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was they were being assaulted by the Arabs. And as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population which was trying to kill them.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again.
I think...
Hold on a second, wait. We responded to it, so the main point you're making, we have to take Benny at his word, is like, there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, one incident after the other, and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was a product of war, not design, I think were your example. And I remember reacting almost in shock to that I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own historical research, together with that of others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental disagreement we're having here.
Can I actually respond to that? Because this is actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for this, and I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't
plan.
think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware of only one major study, probably written 40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman. I forgot her name now. You remember her.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, okay, but you know the book.
I think so.
Yeah, she is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on the topic, I was confirmed in that idea because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state,
Yes.
correct? That didn't mean expulsion of the Arabs. It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing, as it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab minority, a large Arab minority.
There was a transfer.
They were willing to have a large Arab minority in the country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. 20% of the population in 49 was Arab, and it still is.
They ended up for about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened in between the rejection of the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs?
The Arabs launched the war.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential
I
that
agree, it
even
wasn't random.
there was.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
it
but
was by design.
You can
It
say
wasn't
that.
random.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist.
Of course
Number
not.
one, and number two, I think that it's entirely possible, given how things happen after war, that this exact same conflict could have played out and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed on who had territorial rights to a land. There was a massive war afterwards, and then a bunch of their friends invaded after to reinforce the idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state. There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been. But that's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejectionism to any peace deal
As I
over
said,
and over and over
as
again.
I said, when the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not believe that if territorial displacement and dispossession was inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022 or 2020. Where are we now?
Four now, I think.
Okay. But we have to recognize that from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily cede its country.
Except for all the people that sold land voluntarily.
You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to cede their country to invaders.
I think
that's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element
you
in
minimized
in Arab nationalism.
In all your books, you minimized.
No. The Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it?
And he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone.
Why is it that if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have, you will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated by anti-Semitism.
It exists, though.
I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic sentiments.
We're talking about Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition.
Anti-Semitism.
Yes,
Husseini was an ordinary
and among the Arabs.
So, Professor Morris, here's my problem. I didn't see that in your Righteous Victims. Even when you talked about the first Intifada, and you talked about the second Intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of influence by Hamas, the Islamic movement. You even stated that there was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements. But then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about, and I've read it.
Yeah, but you're moving from different,
I'm not moving.
ages, across
I'm
the ages.
about your whole book.
The occupation began in 67, the one you're talking about.
I looked and looked and looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. I didn't see it.
Did he make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah.
It's one of the elements.
Very binary
it's one of the
thinking when it
elements.
comes to
Binary.
Yes, binary.
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
but
one.
you are thinking in terms
You're
of black
the one
and white.
that said
He's
the
got,
chief
Stephen
motor.
has a point.
Do you have your book
you
here?
talk about
page
black
137.
You talk in black and white.
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons, not one or the other. And you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question? Because it's for them to talk to. Just a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred?
Well,
and what would
they
have
were
happened
explicit.
if? And then the second one. What would have happened if Jews would have lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population,
Well,
Jewish population?
I think the Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCOP. They made their appeals at the UN General Assembly.
What do you mean by unitary and federal? I don't get that. They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes.
Put it simply.
But I
Without
think
the word unitary, federal, they wanted Palestine
but
as
I
an
think-
Arab and exclusively Arab state.
No, it wasn't
That's what they wanted.
it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to Jewish existence in Palestine. And there's a fundamental difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement, said that all the Jews who had come since 1917, and that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947, shouldn't be there.
Well, he did.
They shouldn't be citizens, and they shouldn't be there.
He did say that.
In 64. I'm not denying it. Of course, it's true. I can understand the sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
But also, you guys are the ones.
We agree
you
on
guys,
this. I also
I want to answer
you
your
guys earlier,
question.
because you used the words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the Zionists.
Well, I want to answer your question. As you, Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think a unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements, with guarantees, to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think, Jewish fears about what would have happened.
A second Holocaust. That's what.
Well, no, I think
that was the Jewish fear. A second Holocaust.
That may well have been the Jewish fear. It was an unfounded Jewish fear.
It was unfounded?
Of course, it was unfounded.
What about like in 48 and 56?
You really think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria from Germany?
But there were programs across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever, the Jews were identified as French rather than Algerian.
But this is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 19...
Option polls at over 70%.
I just come to get. I'm sorry. What does public polling data do? Sorry, Jank. People, there seems to be the system of Oliver.
Hey.
How are you, Jank? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah. So I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it, and I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. the Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came out with it? The Heritage Foundation, the same people who came out with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the bottom line is, that was a tiny, tiny little fix thought of by a right-wing think tank. And then now when you say negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Billy where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree?
It's definitely large. Yeah,
okay.
It's not 100% agree, otherwise it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%, yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce them, introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass.
I just want to say that the political analysis is like a combination of high schooler and incredibly privileged person who doesn't have any expenses in the United States, who does politics recreationally, right? To say that like the Biden administration didn't negotiate any drugs down, except for like a few ones, like insulin. Pretty sure like type 2 diabetics are probably one of the largest groups of people that buy drugs in the United States, is my guess. I don't know what the other 9 drugs are that were negotiated down, but like what a statement to make, you know? Like imagine saying that like imagine being a rich guy that goes into a room and it's like, this is worthless, so they made gas free, I guess, but like how much does anybody actually spend, you know, like on just like gassing up their car compared to like you know, like how much we spend maintaining our yachts or whatever. It's like what do you like, Jesus Christ, like if it's not everything, you get nothing. Well, it's such a stupid point. And then when he just said here, why didn't Biden introduce a public option in the 50-50 Senate? Why didn't you understand that they just won an election 4 years earlier on repealing and replacing all of the ACA, right? Like, what a stupid, that's just a high schooler thing to bring up. What are you talking about? Hello?
Legislation in a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often?
Oh, and it's not difficult. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh God, I'm about to come. Hold on. I'm trying to think of what I need him to say when he comes. Is it going to be donor class? Or is it going to be,
in order to pass legislation.
Or bully pulpit? Donor class or bully pulpit? Either one will get me off, please.
In a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done? You don't.
Please.
You don't.
No. See, that is the number one excuse Democrats use. Oh, golly, gee, there was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do.
Pulpit?
In reality,
pulpit?
He didn't even try for the public option, Biden. He didn't introduce it.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. You guys might not remember this. Oh my God, there was this cringe idea that like Jimmy Dore and were pushing, called Force the Vote. And the idea is, what if we introduce a piece of legislation that we know has absolutely no chance of success, and then we put it on the floor and we force a vote on it so that it could fail? Wouldn't that be epic? Because then what would happen is every single American would look at all the people that voted it down, and they would vote those people out of office because every American wants healthcare for all, Medicare for all so bad. Wouldn't that just be epic? I didn't know people still talked about this force the vote thing. Was so cringe.
So that pulls it over 70%. Why not try?
Sure.
$15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can...
Yes, the Republicans were just about to sign on to a $15 minimum wage, and then Biden nuked it.
tell intent, and the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans. He doesn't want those things. And brother, if you can't pass a bill at 84%, then are you saying the Democrats are the most incompetent politicians in history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that we risk running into an issue where we equate the two parties.
Like, do you see how the conversation is to even started here? Like, we're not having a real conversation about politics now. Now we're in like Jenks playland. This is no longer a real talk on politics.
Is being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the two-party system is fundamentally broken and that Democrats in a lot of ways have...
Why grant anything to this guy? This is the equivalent to arguing with a dude about how like Biden can't be trusted to be president again because if you watched Hunter x Hunter, they put nuclear bombs in old guys sometimes, and there was no guarantee that Biden wouldn't have exploded and killed everybody in the White House. Would you even start there? Like, would you start like, okay, maybe he has a nuclear bomb, but like we should consider you wouldn't even start the conversation there. This is such a brain rot starting point. I don't even know what are we watching? God, I hate this. I hate all this.
A lot of the same issues. I guess what I predominantly have an issue with is those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues.
I don't like this word nuance either anymore. It's like a red flag word where like it's a good thing, but it's like an aesthetic, like the nuance. What does the nuance mean? It's like, can we just get rid of the people? Like, what is...
They only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Brother, so
I think
here's
that
the difference.
It's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver, so let me tell you my perspective on it that's really important.
Okay.
So Democrats always say, hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us.
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that, I understand that,
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that. But
Marketing is a thing. And we can agree marketing is a thing.
But hold on, this is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, we're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum wage. We're going to do public option. We're going to do paid family leave.
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed and disappointed. And that leads them to not voting.
Those are your pie in the sky claims. Those are like the grand things that you fight for. The Republicans don't get any of the grand that they fight for either, but for some reason, those people still show up to vote, don't they? What's the difference?
That leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
Populist left is even more pie in the sky, bro. These people don't have election wins anywhere. How do you think the Tea Party got power in the Republican Party? The Freedom Caucus and these people existed in Congress. They were winning seats. They won elections. Where do you think Trump came from? He won the elections. You want to talk about quote-unquote rigged primaries against Bernie Sanders. Bro, the entire Republican establishment hated Donald Trump, and he still won their primaries. It's not the same.
Actually, do the bills. We do the bills.
Okay.
Otherwise, then you're the same as the Republicans.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
Hey, Jay. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end goal, they agree that economically, we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, and then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So
yeah.
It's so where he's laughing because he's like, I wish the left were socialist and communist. The Republicans think that the left is socialist and communist because the left wants the government to do more stuff. Cenk is laughing because he doesn't think that the left is socialist and communist, not because he wants actual socialism and communism, but because he also thinks that socialism is when the government does more stuff, but he thinks that the left doesn't want the government to do more stuff. This is like so retarded, right? This is so retarded. This is so retarded. Do you understand? The Republican here is saying that the left are all socialists because they want the government to spend more. That's not what socialism is. Cenk is laughing because he wants his version of socialism, which is the government doing more stuff, which is what he's accusing all the... But Cenk is laughing because he thinks that the Democrats don't want the government to do more stuff. This whole conversation is so... I hate all of this.
Yeah.
what is your...
Yeah. So first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually
They are. Bernie's quite literally socialist.
No. So he says he's a democratic socialist. Even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem.
Yeah, it's just when the government does more stuff.
Problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they
They will do whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They wanted to end
Exactly
businesses over vaccine mandates.
Yeah, no, brother.
No,
but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't pretending, he is a populist.
Well, look at
he just won the popular vote, both left and right, moved in his direction.
No, hold on. So when you talk about that bill, the budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right?
Right.
But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll help the middle class a little bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even stays in the bill is a different question.
How come every time
what are they doing? Here, let me tell you a fact.
I make more money and I spend less on taxes?
Yeah, no.
These microphones need shock mounts. They don't have shock mounts, and these are not internally mounted mics. That's why you're hearing it every time he bangs the desk.
I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little morsel at you, as Obama and Biden throw a little morsel on you for social policies, as we discussed earlier. But the overwhelming majority always goes to the rich. For example, in this bill, they're cutting Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to people making above $500,000 a year in tax cuts? $1.1 trillion. Okay? So they're literally taking from the poorest people and giving it to the richest people.
Which is what the liberals have been doing forever. So what's the difference?
How are they doing? So no, brother, what I'm saying is you're actually proving my point. Democrats and Republicans constantly say that they have giant differences. Then what did the Republicans do? They do massive tax cuts for the rich. And then Obama, by the way, came in and actually made Bush's tax cuts permanent, which cost us even more than the original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of theater about how they disagree. But at the end of the day, the rich always get tax cuts.
Save more money when Republicans are in office? Why do me as a business owner continue to save money?
So you know why? So I'm a small business owner. So we save a little bit of money. The giant corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it better if everybody saves money?
No, it's not. Because,
why not?
Brother,
that makes no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We just don't want our money going to foreign.
We shouldn't have any taxes.
We just don't want our money going to foreign countries.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
On drag events.
And by the way, that's another thing that proves my point. Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So that is a foreign government.
That's a whole different argument.
No, it's not an argument.
I'm at least glad they labeled Cenk here as a populist. I'm okay with that. Jen can have whatever political views he wants, as long as these people actually formally eject themselves from the Democratic establishment and they don't call themselves Democrats or pretend to be anything related to Democrats. I'm a-okay with that.
But it's the same argument. It's the donor class.
Thank you, Chang.
Yeah.
Oh, donor class, I come.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of like a release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences at a
Yup. You call it a release valve, but for people that aren't wealthy business owners that live in California as multimillionaires, some of these things are actually pretty important.
Exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that expanded coverage to like millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums were subsidized. Like, this is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes, in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking that up to like, they're pretty much the same, there's just a little release valve difference is a little bit reductive.
Yeah, it's not at all reductive in affordable.
It's also crazy because I'm pretty sure they could have just EQ'd away the, I don't know where these booms are going to be at, but
Care Act is a perfect example of it. So you're right. It was better than the previous system because the previous system had pre-existing conditions, and you can get blocked for that, and the American people despise that. So it needed to be changed. That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve, and it's a Republican idea. Then Mitt Romney.
Also, this is one of the biggest talking points ever because technically, the ACA being passed like this as having been a state experiment first is actually, okay, this is like America at its best, ideally, okay? At its best is we have 50 individual states. They can all try their own shit if they really want to. And if something really works well in a state, then maybe we try to the federal level. That's like, technically, that's like federalism at its best. It's 50 different these are huge governments. 50 different state governments that all try things on their own. And if some things really work really well, then maybe we try it out at the federal level. That's great. You can't just shit on the ACA because it was a Republican plan or came from a Republican state. That's not substantive. You're not actually, that's almost definitionally, that's like an ad hominem in a way. You're like insulting the plan's characteristics because it's Republican. That means it's bad. That's like, would you prefer we didn't have it at all, or?
Took it and passed it in Massachusetts. That's why it's called Romney Care. Then Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact health care plan. Literally the same exact health care plan.
Do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health?
Oh, good question. Good question, but not the appropriate question. Here's what you really need to ask these to put them in their place, okay? To make sure that we understand that these guys are not our friends, they're not with us. What you should ask is, if Obama had the votes in the Senate, if he actually had the votes to have a public option, do you think he would have? Or do you think he would have blocked it and vetoed it on his own? Because Cenk will say he would have vetoed it. Cenk will say that. Cenk will say the donor class and the corporate interests would have told Obama or President Biden vetoing it. You should ask them to be big on that. Because remember, for these guys like Cenk and Anna, Cenk and Anna don't think that the Democrats are incompetent. They think they're malicious. When they bring up the donor class, they're not bringing that up to say that, the Democrats are lost and confused sometimes. They're saying that the Democrats are explicitly blocking stuff or using it as a release valve intentionally with malicious intent just to appease the lowly proletariat dipshit or whatever, to avoid giving us what we really want.
Insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation.
Right now in
Congress. He asked a good question, and Cenk avoided it again.
Exact healthcare plan. Literally the same exact healthcare plan.
Do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank,
the
Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the
Yeah, like that the Republicans came in on repeal and replace. He should ask him. This guy might. Jesus, I'm remembering the years. If this guy's like 22, then repeal and replace Obamacare would have been a thing from when he was 13 years old. So he might legitimately not remember it. You would have to actually do like history reading, I guess. But why would the Republicans run in 2016 on repealing and replacing a Republican healthcare plan, Cenk? Why would they do that?
The ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are. Let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward.
Right.
I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink. And they immediately took...
I hope he gets to ask him. Do you think that if Obama had the votes for it, he would have killed it on his own?
Get out of the bill.
Right?
What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But
No,
59,
no,
59 other Democrats would have voted for the public option.
that's exactly what
That's
I'm
what that's what the donor class wants you to think, bro. The Mossad's already incepted your mind.
talking about. So that they always hold on. They always have an excuse. So right now,
Yeah, they always have an excuse, like not having enough votes in Congress. Oh my God. Would you ever debate Cenk one-on-one? Yeah, of course. I would debate any of these people one-on-one. I have debated Cenk a few times, but I think it's because he accepted other ones and didn't know I would be there. But yeah, it always just ends with him screaming at me. You just want to kill all the kids. You just want them to all die. That's on the Israel-Palestine.
Under Biden, the excuse was, oh, we don't have enough senators. Oh, golly, gee.
That's how you pass
hold
laws,
on.
though.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, buddy.
Filibuster and the parliamentarian, and then under Obama they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. They're like, let's take a really, really long time with Romneycare. Oh, oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay, now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think Obama
Why did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce
public option?
Oh, thank you, and he got there. Who is this guy? Who the f is this guy? Yes, he got there. He's asked all the right questions. My king, my hero. Or sorry, not king, my sultan. Whatever his culture is. I'm respecting it, okay?
You think Obama
Why did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce
public option?
back again? I don't think the Democrats want the public option at all.
When 59 senators said we'll vote yes on this, and Lieberman
That's
tanked
what I'm
that.
trying to.
That's what they want you to think, bro. You're just incepted by the donor class. You're just incepted by the donor class, bro. They're just saying that. That's a meme.
Tell your brother they don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
If
Joe,
Lieberman
where am I
agreed, would we
getting
not
it
have
from?
gotten a
Number
public
one.
option?
Number one, we didn't get it. Oh, he's about to say polling data. Hold it. Oh, okay. One more load coming.
What's up, bro? Mr. Ref.
I just come together. I'm sorry. What does public polling data do to pass bills, Cenk? We don't pass legislation in this country like we're Switzerland. We don't do a public poll on it to figure it out. Come on.
Didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but with
Number two,
healthcare
when
policy-
Biden came into office, said he was going to do public option,
Yeah.
How you
and then
doing,
he
Ref?
lied, and he never.
He lied with 50, barely, maybe, depending on the day of the week. 50 senators. Come on.
Once
Biden
introduced
had
it.
like no
If he never
political
once
capital
introduced
compared
it.
to Obama.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee,
Oh my God, bro.
Realities of how you pass
oh my God,
legislation.
I can't. The voters
It's
are
not I
sick
can't.
of I can.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually
Then go vote. Why don't you actually vote? You go vote enough people into Congress. Let's see what 60 senators or 61 or 62 senators or 51, I guess now, since we just filibuster at this point, which I'm in favor of, I guess. The Republicans, right? Go put enough people, go put enough damn in Senate seats and see what we can do.
Try.
It's more
so
difficult.
tell me why they're such losers. They can't pass paid family leave at 84%.
I
Are they
agree with you
losers,
on
or do they
policy.
actually secretly agree with the Republicans and they
I
don't want any
appreciate
of
you,
this
bro.
because they're
Unhinged.
How'd you find my streams?
I
It's
want paid
just on
family
your
leave, single payer
homepage.
healthcare.
You find
But
it on
this is
Twitter
not
or
like
something.
super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hands and
I
sing
can get it
Kumbaya,
passed in 2
we're
weeks.
gonna get
You
like
be
2
playing
weeks.
video
2
games at
weeks,
all?
What? Your Justice Dems died in 2 weeks. You guys got 4 people in the House, and then your whole org died. What do you mean you can do whatever you want? Legislate? Come on.
Super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hands and
I
sing
can get it passed in
Kumbaya,
2 weeks.
we're gonna get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
Okay, so here's how you do it. Guys, you see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians.
Oh, it's
to
Z.
accept failure.
All the familiar faces
Been
are coming
grinding
together
for this card for
Oh my
like
God,
the
there's
last day.
trigger the out of Jank.
Nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's how what you do.
can pass it, but
He's
it's
super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
Listen, listen. Paid
Put it
family leave
there.
is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that? Because here's what you would do. You would introduce it. 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans, and you will lose your next election.
Oh my!
Nice.
These are, remember,
I just started my
if
team.
you're ever if you're ever having difficulty figuring out like what is going on in the progressive populist mind, what's going
It's
on
probably
is they
been like 2
secretly
weeks
think
now.
everybody supports their
I know, it was
policies. They
really
just like
late.
need to be shown it, or we just have to force a vote on it, right?
But
Like
yeah,
this is
here's
the
my team
actual
so far. It's
foundation
kinda-
of like we just force them to
trash.
vote on our ultra progressive platform.
I
Well, if
don't
they
really
vote
spend
no,
money.
they're
I
gonna get
just
primaried and they're gonna
grind
lose
for
all
the,
their races. Like
The
I will
the
campaign against you.
exchanges, you know.
I will find a Republican to campaign against you. And then, but
So I'm
you
looking at right now,
Imagine this
I'm trying
even
to
from a
decide what to
shrewd
put.
donor class perspective, right? Let's say that what he's saying is true, and let's say that APAC and the Jews and the monsters and the donor classes, let's say that these all do exist. What would you do if you were a
Well,
donor
actually,
class?
I
I'd
don't
be
know
like,
if- wow.
holy
I
donor
did not
class.
think I would have enough
I
for
just
that
got a
one.
sick idea. Why don't we just like force the vote and get all those other motherfuckers kicked out, and then we could go and donor class our own, like pro Medicaid for all or whatever the fuck people in, and then just give them like a public option. Like, wouldn't that be the shrewd donor class APAC Jew conspiracy to do? Wouldn't you do that next?
Trash.
say no, God, don't even try. Don't even try. Oh, we have these giant differences, but we never
Dark
pass our
matter.
bills. We never even try. And who took out $15 minimum wage? Joe Biden took out $15 minimum wage. So they never meet it, brother. When is it going to get through to you that they don't pass it for?
When is it going to get through to you that oh, it's just not clocking that Cenk is standing on business?
Okay.
It's just not clocking.
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
Republicans agree with us. They agree nominally. I'll give you a great example of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. So, like, nominally, yes, everyone agrees. Universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty-gritty of actual policy, it gets a lot more complicated. I agree. Democrats should fight much harder, use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues.
You shouldn't grant it this much. It's like Ethan Klein and ContraPoint saying, like, listen, guys, okay, it is a genocide, but also an A on Bernie Sanders. Now, I don't know if it's because Bernie's got that Jew dog in him, okay? I mean dog respectfully, not anti-Semitically.
Let's just quick sell it all.
But even Bernie Sanders won't call it a genocide, okay? Base, Bernie. And he shouldn't, because you know why? Even if you think it's fucked up and bad, which especially now it seems like it is, it's not like you points from the other side for conceding that. So why don't? Because there's no point in conceding. You can say things are bad without them being a genocide. There are plenty of bad things on this planet that aren't a genocide. And it's just pointless.
He's only 7
But the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves, some of them sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one, on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote. And guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had
So then did they all lose their next primaries and get voted out if they forced the vote on that 15? What happened? What were the electoral? Did they all lose and got replaced by more progressive Dems? Cenk, is that what happened?
more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say the failure is on purpose and not, golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters?
Like, it's obviously not clocking to this guy. Cenk is trying to clock him, and it's not clocking.
When you have slim majorities, paradigm-shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly make
Gotta win a few more games to get
he still didn't do it. They could have 80.
It's like 4,
You're president in
maybe
2028, and you have a majority in the
games.
Senate and House. What policies are you pushing to be passed? The very first thing that I would do is I would put together a special committee to find the top 10 most powerful prosecutors with a successful track record in the entire planet. I would get all 10 of those people in the United States and give them citizenship if needed, if they're not from the US. And then I would put together 10 special counsels, and they would divide amongst themselves all of the prior Republican elected politicians and anybody even remotely associated with Trump's cabinet. And they would spend the next 2 years crawling through their life. And these prosecutors would never, ever, ever, ever need to cite the law or cite legality when they're going after the Republicans. They would exclusively cite to things that Republicans did to Democrats during their investigations. So that means that if they want to build some probable cause, some grand jury indictment off of something written in a memoir, they would never put in a request to a judge anything citing prior case law. They would just put something about how, oh, remember for Hunter Biden, how they looked through his memoir to establish that he, was on drugs and bought a gun at the same. That would be the standardized. That'd basically be the only thing I would do. And then once all the courts ran there, I would just leave. I don't give a at that point. Have fun.
Still find an
ACA
excuse.
was massive legislation that he got with 60.
Yes,
60
beautiful
votes.
Romney Care from Heritage Foundation.
Listen to this privileged piece of shit.
Well, I didn't Romney Care. Well, it sucked because it wasn't my perfect policy. Well, it was my perfect thing. Oh, so salty. Salty wasn't fun.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised a very interesting point when you said that Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question.
Also, new executive order would go out. Executive order that as long as you vote for a Democrat, or as long as you're a registered Democrat in your state, you automatically get a federal pardon for all federal crimes, past, present, and future, at the end of my 4 years. That would also be the next thing I would do.
Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is, why are culture wars a distraction when they're such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room. Issues like abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or gay people's right to get married or maintain the right?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead
sorry. One other thing that I would do is I would, every single day, if there is like, this is too edgy, never mind. I would do things to make sure that that immunity ruling that the president has from committing crimes, that everybody would want that to go away. That would also be a thing I would do. I'll just say that much.
Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left, okay? But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. Okay. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for rich, for the corporations, deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up. Look up.
Well,
Okay.
of course, having to look up is very vital, okay? My master always tells us to look up. That's why I wear the cross. But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really...
I'm so sorry. Maybe it's just a Catholic thing. I don't know if I've ever heard of God referred to as the Master. Master, my Lord. Lord Jesus Christ, Lord God, ruler in heaven, King, maybe. Master? Old Testament? The Master, maybe like the guy, like a human. God is the Master? Okay, I don't know. All right, just curious.
Wouldn't it make sense with the cross? But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be, for the American population whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds at best, to influence them politically, wouldn't it be best to start with something like a social issue that would then raise their awareness to issues?
He's making a slave joke? I guess, right. Well, but he's like a super religious guy, isn't he? It just seems like a weird, I don't know what the point of it, I don't know. Maybe, okay. Also, yeah, this is the guy that I debated for the Mycareer thing.
Issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'll give you, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental. Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is, why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things like, going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No, so what I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So you don't have to give up Muslim rights, you don't have to give up civil rights, you don't have to stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, Why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the fact.
Why don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very systems that you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it not?
No, what I do
you
is
can't vote Democrat and then say that well because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down. That's nonsense.
That's why primaries are critical. If I want one thing for you guys all to think about is, must vote in your primaries, because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries, because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman, and the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats or Republicans. You're still in the same party, but get rid of the bums who are for corporate donors who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one,
Donors.
but you have to insist on them representing you and not the donor class.
Very great conversation, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Conversation.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that
Not radical, they all pull over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One
Yes, this is
God,
true.
I hate this guy.
example
Better do us proud.
of what you said before is
didn't get
that
anything.
Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider
this dude
would be the
self-for?
fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made, and when someone like Joe Biden only has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right, it's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right? The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay?
Oh, I like how he just totally didn't respond to any of that, and he's just going to repeat the same talking points. Thank you. Good one.
So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right, Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump, that's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm going to fight that, and he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already he's conceding, yeah, I love corporate tax corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So
Keep in mind that Biden is looking at a tax rate increase at a time when the entire world is trying to recover from like COVID, after the government had paid out an unbelievable amount of stimulus and to keep things running. Like, it's just not the same. It's not the same world. Trump came in when everything was fine, and he did these stupid tax cuts.
Oh, golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and never introduced it. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get a bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 21. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us. No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying.
Like, if all of this is a game, and all of it is just false bravado, and all of this is just to trick us while the donor class controls everything, why do they even need a pressure release valve at all? Can't they just keep putting their own people in office over and over again and never pressure release at all? Or does he think that we're going to have, like, revolt?
They never bothered trying on any of this, and you keep insisting, well, good
So
enough,
bad.
good enough, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and unite to actually get economic policies that we love. The whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt
but
politicians.
in West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic issue, they're going to lose by the same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but
Not only is he not wrong, they tried to primary Manchin and they got ruined. Manchin destroyed the person that they put up against him in that Democratic primary. So not only is Cenk completely wrong, Cenk is arguing politics. Admittedly, I used to do this because I just didn't know much about politics, but arguing like somebody who just doesn't know anything and is retreating from the point about West Virginia, a very particular place with a very particular set of legislators, and now he's going to talk about public polling across the entire country. It doesn't matter. We don't vote for senators and representatives on polls, and we certainly don't vote for West Virginia's senators based on public polling. It's a child point, amateur idiot point to bring up.
Going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the
all
rich?
of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, "Oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular." That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, "Yes, I'm going to raise taxes on the rich. Yes, I'm going to give you lower drug prices. Yes, I'm going to give you higher wages." But the Democrats don't say that. They say, "Oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to."
I don't think the lens that you're seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority.
True.
Good talk,
All right, thank you.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
I'm not gonna listen. Actually, maybe will. It's gonna be decent.
My next claim is Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission.
That's not true. I disagree with that hard.
Hi, Zena, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Zena.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just like want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in like racial disparity, for example. How, in your worldview, do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action?
He hates DEI. Remember, the populist position. Where's Hassan? He's going to have the same position as his Nepo friend, Hassan Piker here.
Social policies are literally completely the social policies are completely irrelevant. It's literally just distractions. Like, if you are actually interested in dialectical thinking, you should know that. You should literally be like, yeah, the social policy shit is just a simple distraction as capital owners squeeze every ounce of surplus labor value from you.
Based. They don't give a
Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue-collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we've got to let others in. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, "Okay, now can I tell you my perspective?" And they would say, "No, shut up. Your job is to learn." No, don't do that. Don't do that.
That was a DEI.
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess manipulated in some case to negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the Black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like I think there's a study done. I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified Black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol, and we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the Black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is extremely important.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm saying that they have a role now.
So
he doesn't care.
What it also does at the same time, though, is serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage even if you take class into account, so should we...
This is kind of the socialist position. I don't know if Cenk is a former socialist, he's a populist, but it's the same thing here, right? Black people in a picture, the Democrats, who is this even for? We need to be talking about class interests. No one cares. We got to talk about the class interests.
give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that,
Because
then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim
So
candidates.
here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they
Here's
didn't
what I
earn
find
it
super
when
important.
in fact they
So
did earn
what
it.
you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in of itself. You're saying because people will come out and be
conceive, believe, achieve. Shut the up.
You're listening to Believe You Me with Michael the Count Bisbing and Paul Felder.
Harrington, you look good, brother.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, I thought you were getting sun when you were over there in Italy. What happened?
No, dude, I got the Casper treatment.
Yeah,
he moved directly across the street from the sun.
yeah. Well, maybe you have a fiddle around in the background, Harrington. At least you're not muted, buddy. I mean, that's a great start.
Not
Baby
yet.
steps, Michael. Baby steps.
Hey, listen, we know it's an old joke, but my God. Hello, and welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. But I know we said amnesty on travel talk, but I've just got back from Vegas, and I'm going to bloody Thailand shortly. If you didn't know, next weekend I'm teaching a seminar at Bang Tao. So if you happen to be in Phuket at the Bang Tao gym, then do yourself a favor, swing by. I forget the actual dates. In fact, I should look them up. I'll tell you.
Do you know, we talked about this when we were both
The
in
9th and the 10th of August. Do I know
9th
what?
and the 10th. The 9th and the 10th. Do you know what you're going to do? Have you figured it out yet? Do you have a plan? Not that you need to tell anybody here, but do you know?
No, it's
'Cause you
fine.
were like,
Well, because we saw that guy, didn't we?
yeah.
We saw that guy in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
And he said there was like loads of people signed up for it. Is it plugged in, babe? Rebecca, come here real quick. Come here. Come back. Come here. Come here. Come here. Rebecca's very stressed out. Say hi to Paul. She hasn't been on the podcast for a while.
Hi,
She-
how are
come-
you?
Lean in.
See you on the BYM.
Brian and Harrington,
Yes,
come and
yes.
say hi to Rebecca.
Are you excited?
Hi, Rebecca.
She's going,
I'm
she's
a
going
visitor,
too,
so
yeah?
I can see you. You're
Gonna
better
lean
than
both
me.
going?
Leaning. I'm
What?
sorry. Say
You're
that
both
again.
going to Thailand, right?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
we're all going. Last
of
minute.
us.
All going. That's all.
All going. Last minute decision. I'm stressed.
She's stressed out like a maniac. Well, because we just decided today because I've been on the go. I've hardly been home. And I was like, I'm flying out to Thailand to do this seminar. And I'm like, you know what? Screw it. We looked at flights. There's flights available. I'm like, you're coming. The kids are coming. We booked it. We packed it and we're off. Okay. So we're doing it. We're flying out to Thailand. She's running around like a maniac. She's stressed out of your tits.
Busy doing podcasts and not helping me at all.
Well,
she's rude.
what's your biggest problem right now? What's your biggest problem?
I don't even know.
You're packed? What is the problem?
I'm writing instructions for Callum on how to feed the dogs.
Oh, because Callum's coming in a few days
He's
because
not
he's got
coming
school.
with us.
He's coming on Wednesday night. So you're writing instructions on how to feed the dogs.
Mhm.
Have you done all of our vitamins and minerals in bags?
Yes.
What have we got in the bags? This is what she does every time I go away.
Oh my
What's
god,
in the
I
bags?
don't even know. Magnesium, zinc, hyaluronic acid, krill oil, glucosamine, vitamin D3. There's
Every time I go
more.
away, I get a little bag, and they're all like labeled out. So she's done. There's hundreds of them out there.
Those are good things. Those are all very,
They're all good things.
When you get to this age, Paul, you know what I mean.
They're things that are in this house. They're in this
You
house.
packed
Any
out,
of
babe.
those things.
Relax. When we finish this podcast, because the flight isn't until what time's the flight?
1:25.
1:25 a.m. So there's nothing to stress about.
It's very confusing. Try catching a flight just after midnight. I'm so confused as to what day. I'm like, it's really confusing. Do you know what I mean?
So
Like, I
you
feel like
technically don't leave till tomorrow, but really
But
you're not
it's
leaving
tonight.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
It's tonight.
and that makes it even easier because we've got more time. I just landed from Las Vegas this morning. Okay, I'm doing a podcast.
We're very different people.
I'm doing a podcast. I'm flying. I'm packed.
Well, you're also used to jumping on a flight every day.
Exactly.
You know.
And he's like, when he leaves, he doesn't leave the house completely like unattended. I'm here. He doesn't have to like plan
Right.
on things.
When everybody's
Yeah.
Yes. Paul gets it.
Paul
I get
gets
it.
it.
Paul gets it.
Well, listen, you carry on being
Okay.
stressed out of your tits.
Okay.
Go on, get out of it. Shut the door. There's a new saying I just came up with. Back in the day, we used to name the podcast episodes from something we said that would have been the one. We would have called it "Stressed Out of Your Tits." Anyway, what we were talking about is how should we get Harrington back on?
That was better than whatever we were talking about. So
Yeah, Harrington back on and see what he's looking like.
I mean, that's a.
you got a hat on. You're smart. You're smart. Hat forward, ready to go, face the sun.
It's an improvement, Harrington. I feel like there's still work to be done. I just got a message there from Will from Bangtao Gym. Harrington, get out of here. You continue feverishly messing with settings in the background. Want to give a shout out to Will from Bangtao and the whole gym. So August 9th and 10th, next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, Q&A, the whole spiel. We're doing it. Have you ever been to Thailand, Paul?
You know what? I have not. And it's on the bucket list of places that I want to go, train, but eat, drink, have fun. Seems like a really good time. And cheap.
It's unreal.
That's all I keep hearing from everybody that trains there. The guys that go there, they're like, A, it's beautiful. It's always warm. My weight's always on check. I'm eating all the time because you can eat clean and eat a lot, and it's cheap.
Yeah, cheap as hell. However, we're going to this place called, which is oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Whatever, we're going to get harassed. Shout out. 4 nights, $8,000 for 4 nights, but it's unreal. We had to do it. We had to do it. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, you were asking me about what am I going to teach?
Yeah.
Well, I ain't going to teach Thai boxing.
Double legs?
Takedown defense.
Yeah.
Footwork drills.
Get-ups.
Getting back to your feet.
Yeah.
We'll go through the finer nuances of landing a left hook. You know, we'll do it, baby. We'll do it. We'll do it. Anyway, should we see what Harrington's doing one more time? We have some tremendous fights last night to talk about. But Harrington, just for shits and giggles, how are you looking right now?
Oh yeah,
I think that's it. I think we got there.
Shade, you darkened the background. The background is different, and it really does make it a lot easier to deal with. You're right.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you look incredible. Let me ask you, Paul. You weren't in Vegas last night. Did you watch the fights?
I watched up until I think the second fight on the main card, and then Christine left me, and I was snoring on the couch by myself. Woke up at 2 a.m, went to bed, saw some highlights on Instagram of the main event, and then watched today. In particular, I watched the Rambetsky Duncan fight, which.
Yeah, I mean, we will get into all of them, but
I'm glad I watched it because when I woke up and it was like there was a lot of shit being talked about this card, and we were going to get into that, right? I think that's a good place to start with this card. It's often those cards at the apex where the name value, yes, agreed, is not star-studded across the board, but man, it's those fight cards. Especially imagine being in attendance, you're in the apex, it's only 10 feet away from you, and you're seeing that Rambetsky and Duncan fight in person. One of the best fights by far.
I saw it all over Twitter. It was all over the place. Is this the worst fight card you've ever seen? And it's like, people like to shit on the UFC because it's going against the man, you know, the popular guy in town or whatever. You know, that you know, you go against the man. That's just what's going on now. But they don't realize they're shitting on the fighters as well.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. You're shitting on these fighters. The fights haven't even happened. And yes, okay, granted, a lot of the Apex cards, you're not going to get pay-per-view level talent. You're not going to get the title fights and all that kind of thing. And if you only tune in for that stuff, then you're probably more of a casual fan. But if you love MMA, you want to see good fights, proper matchups, and you want to see people from the start working their way up, there's often great fights at the Apex. And last night, holy shit, certainly the last 3 fights were unbelievable. Esteban Ribovics. Ribovics. Who did he go up against now? Oh my God, I can't believe
I forget the kid's name.
Hold
I
on.
saw highlights of that one too. That
Esteban Ribovics and Elvis Brenner. Holy shit.
And he's a maniac all the time anyway.
Right, so, I mean, it was like, I was watching Esteban. He's so good. He is so good. And Elvis Brenner was tough as hell, and he stayed in the fight the whole time. And I'm like, this is the fight of the night. This is for sure. You know, because Ribovics was in the fight of the year against Nasrat Haqparast last time, fight of the night. Everyone was like, oh, this is the fight of the night. And he even mentioned it on the broadcast. And then we get Chris Duncan versus Mateusz Rembetsky.
Yeah.
First of all.
I know, dude. When I was listening to it today, it was like, that's a tough one.
It's
spelled nowhere near anything like that.
Rebecki, right?
Yeah, like Rebecki.
Rebecki.
Yeah.
Rembetsky. And I said on the broadcast, how the fuck do
I
you
know.
get to
And then
Rebetsky?
Brendan tried to explain a silent S or
A silent
something to
C.
you. It's like, yeah,
I'm like,
silent
that
C.
doesn't make it. Where does the M come from?
Yeah.
And the
Where are
T.
these other sounds originating
Yeah.
from? Because they're not there.
Rembetsky. Yeah, it's not there anyway. But what was there was a hell of a fight. Chris Duncan and Rembetsky. Holy shit! What a barn burner, man! Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's those types of fights that when I watch them, as much as I'm loving it, I also go, oh, you kind of get the flashbacks to any fight where you've had your eye that bad swollen. You know exactly what that feels like and how that is for a guy. Dude, his eye, and I heard you say it, how he got away with it. I mean, that thing was shut in the third round, and he goes out there and doesn't stop throwing absolute chaos every which way he can possibly go. But Duncan did a great job, man. I think he's going to be one of those fighters that I love him. I don't know if he'll ever be fighting for the belt, but I think he'll always be in these kind of fights. He'll always have 50K bonuses coming his way. And dude, I think he'll get pretty far. And I love that he's boys with Poirier and they train together, and he's got that in him. You know what I mean? Where I think he could kind of do more than what he should be expected to necessarily do. He's tough as shit.
Yeah. And you're talking about the eye of Rembetsky.
Yeah.
I saw this clip on Twitter earlier on, and I should have sent it into the notes. Maybe you can find it, Brian. Just Google it. It's a boxer. It's a doctor in boxing. And it was on Twitter. And this guy, I forget what, obviously it happened last night. And the doctor is asking the fighter questions. How many fingers can you see? And he gets it wrong every single time. He's like, how many fingers? He's like, 2. He says, how many fingers? 1. And he's moving it around. And every answer was completely wrong. And the doctor goes, yeah, he's good. He can go and continue fighting. Oh, look at Brian.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
A lot of scar tissue there, but that cut is not bad, and they shouldn't stop this fight because of it.
Fingers. 1. How about now? 2. 1. Close inside. How about now? 2.
I'm like, they're the kind of doctors that you need, because people were talking shit saying, oh, only in boxing. I tell you what, that fighter wasn't complaining. Granted, he might go away.
One, he tried, and he tried. He was like, you saw him even trying to open it back up. 2, wrong. You're right. Every single answer he gave was wrong. And the doctor's like, and then he moves into his good eye. How many? 1. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was guessing. You know what I mean? Because if you can't see, you just got to guess. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. When I was trying to get cleared, with my eye issues, when I was in London doing some work for BT Sport, now TNT. And they said, okay, well, the doctor says you're good. We want to send you to an eye doctor. So they send me for this test. And you look in this big screen, and you got to stand there with 2 joysticks and little dots pop up. And when you see the light pop up, you push a button, you know. And I could see them all on this side, but I can't see my hand there, you know. So anyone's on this side, I was just like randomly, I was like trying to predict it and just randomly pushing it. And anyway, I walk out, I passed.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You did enough. You did enough just absolute guesses on the one side.
Did enough absolute guesses. Hey, fair play to that doctor. Yeah, but Rembetsky, that eye was destroyed.
Yeah.
As was Chris Duncan's. When I went
under that eye. Yeah.
Well, the elbows that he was using, he was timing that beautifully.
Yeah.
But Chris Duncan, when I went in to talk to him, he had a massive gash on his eye there. There was blood all over him. I fist bumped him. I had blood all over my hands. It was kind of gross. I was all over the hand sanitizer real quick. Didn't want to catch any diseases. Not saying Chris Duncan's got diseases, but you don't want to be mixing people's bloods, do you? But what a fight. And he was saying that this is nothing. This pain that I feel is nothing compared to what I went through as a kid. Now, Harrington texts straight away. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's a beast. Yeah. Harrington texts straight away, fair play, and was like, we've got to get him on the show. And if I wasn't flying to Thailand, we would have done the show tomorrow, Monday. We're doing this Sunday night. And we'd get him on the show. And when I get back from Thailand, we're going to get back to having the guests. So we will get Chris Duncan on one day. But if that fight was nothing, it seems like he had it tough growing up.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. You drop a bomb like that too. But hey, it's guys opening up in their own ways, and it's intriguing for sure. And I'm telling you, after a fight like that, people are going to want to know a lot more about Chris Duncan. And credit again, like we talked about, Ron Betsky. I want to get it right. He's always in these kind of wars, man. A guy that you look at him and you're like, oh, he's going to rely all on his wrestling. He's only going to wrestle on this fight. That dude, don't give up. Like, if he's got to stand and trade with you with one eye, he's willing to do it. Another guy that, even taking a loss, let me know when that guy's fighting again. Let me know when he's fighting again.
100%. All three of the final fights were phenomenal. To be fair, there was some. I mean, Neil Magny got the job done.
Huh.
Neil Magny.
Goddamn. He's a guy, you count him out, and let him keep giving that dude fights. He's testing these guys. He's still beating the veterans and the guys out there in the sport. He's still got it. He knows he's not going to be champion anytime soon, but I think if a guy's still having success and he's still winning fights and he's always there for the company, you got to keep a guy like that around. And I'm glad to see Neil get another W next to his name. At this point, he's just chasing records, I'd imagine, with
most wins
and things like that. Yeah,
most fights, most significant strikes, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
He was talking about it this week when we did the fighter meetings. He lost 2 fights in a row, and to be fair, he fought some good people.
Yeah.
Carlos Pratis. I forget who the other one was off the top of my head. Hold on. I'll click on his record. I'll do it.
He's not Cuban. Is he Cuban? Dominican?
You got it. Michael Morales. Ecuador.
Ecuadorian. I'm off on all.
Hey.
Now I'm racist for sure. There's no question.
Isn't that crazy? This is crazy. The main event, and we're going to go back to Neil Magny, but staying on the racist thing. This is crazy that this shitty world that we have to live in, where we've got to tiptoe and pander around. The main event was the first all-Asian main event in UFC history.
Wow.
And no one wanted to say it. Not that the UFC said anything to us, but we were like, that sounds a bit weird. I'm like, no, they're Asian.
Yeah, I think it's and it's awesome that it's all like 2 South Korean and Japanese guy in a main event at the in Vegas as well. It's not like we were over in Singapore or Japan or South Korea. We were in America, and these guys are headlining. I think it's just a testament to, if you're winning fights, you're getting an opportunity no matter where you're from in the sport.
Exactly. But anyway, back to Neil Magny. He was saying, hold on, I need to put a little bit of product in my hair here. This is flopping down. It ain't working for me, guys. There we go. There we go. It's not a sponsor either, but this is what I'm using. It's the
maybe it will be a sponsor.
Seaweed. A bit of seaweed in the hair.
Yeah.
No, he was saying, Paul, and you'll understand. Neil Magny said he had that 2-fight losing streak, and there was a few other losses as well. And he said he was going through a lot of stuff. He said that he was going through a breakup. He went from being a married man to all of a sudden becoming a single father. Remember when he and Gary was bringing all that stuff up about how he used to put a whooping on his
cheap
son
shot.
and shit like
Cheap
that.
shot.
Yeah, that was a cheap shot. And then what else? He said he moved gyms and stuff like that. So he just had some personal stuff going on in the background. So I was really, really happy to see him go out there, beat Eliezer Zaleski dos Santos. That's a mouthful. Hell of a talking though, man.
Yeah, I mean, he overcame some adversity too. I think early on in that fight, and then he outlasts all these dudes and beat the shit out of him by the end of it. And how old is Neil now?
37.
He's not 40 yet, right? Yeah, so he's not even as old as we thought.
Today is his 38th birthday.
Happy birthday, Neil Magny. And
Is there another guy we'll get on the show? We're doing it. We're going to go heavy with the guests.
Yeah, I think he's a guy you want to talk to at this point. And, and getting perspective of these guys in the sport. There aren't many of them. Stephen Thompson's another one where they're aging well and still performing, not necessarily world beaters, not guys that are going to go and fight for the championship, but it's not to say that they're not useful and a fun watch. Like, we need guys like that are going to stick around and still fight and be entertaining and test dudes out.
I was with Wonder Boy last week. We did a little shoot for the UFC, like a round table thing, and he told me who was he wanted to fight. It was another older guy. He was like 40, something like that. I forget who it was now off the top of my head, but Wonder Boy, always a good guy to see. And then the main event, of course, Tatsudo Taira versus lot of things, that aren't an issue if it's 48 hours, like recreational stuff.
Yeah, like marijuana and things like
painkillers,
that. Yeah.
Marijuana. I don't know if probably cocaine as well, because it's not classed as performance enhancing.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, if it's 48, it might make you fast a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. If you get caught on that on fight day, for sure, then you were using it as a performance enhancer.
There's a few people.
He had crazy energy in the first 2 minutes, and then he faded bad. And
who was it that tested positive for cocaine? Who was it? Was it Melvin Gillard?
Might have been.
I think. Brian, just look it up. Who tested positive? There's been a couple of people tested positive for cocaine.
Well, I mean, John did, right?
John Jones?
Yeah.
Did he?
In 2015, John Jones tested for benzoglycinogen, a metabolite of cocaine, before his 182 title defense.
Who was that? Gustafson?
I believe that was the first. I believe it was the first Cormier fight. Yeah, it was. That's why he said, "I beat you on like a whatever amount of cocaine, Daniel."
Who else was it? Melvin Gillard? I think it was. I got to get that right.
So Chad Hancombe, Contender Series fighter, got a 9-month suspension for testing positive for cocaine after his fight. David Benavidez is a boxer who also got popped for it.
No, there was a. Oh God. There was a fighter.
I got a Bradley Scott pops for benzoglyconine.
Yeah, no. It was who was it?
Miles Johns.
Not Miles Johns. Did Miles Johns test positive for cocaine?
It says here UFC bantamweight contender Miles Johns suspended, tests positive for cocaine. That was in 2023.
He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. Miles Johns has got his, you know what I mean?
I feel like
that's blown my mind.
I feel like this happens a lot where dudes might get caught for a banned substance and it's just quietly like an article somewhere and goes away, you know?
I just typed in UFC fighter test positive for cocaine because I could have sworn it was Melvin Gillard or someone, and it brought up this this list here. Number 13, Ben Rothwell. He received a 9-month suspension. I think that was just.
Yeah, this is just. I'm looking at that same list. It's mostly PEDs on that list.
Oh yeah, Hector Lombard, Vitor Belfort, Kelvin Gastelum, Frank Mir, TJ Dillashaw. TJ Dillashaw said that Khamzat Chimaev's got a secret weapon, by the way. I'm like, I hope you had the same secret weapon you had, TJ. Because that's not a good one. Josh Barnett's on the list. Nick Diaz. Oh, that was weed, wasn't it? Chael Sonnen, of course. Overeem, horse meat.
How dare you? Chael Sonnen's never done steroids in his life.
Never. Anderson Silva. That always blew my mind. John Jones.
Oh, yo. That Gastelum one was weed.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was marijuana. They got him. I think it was after the Vitor fight.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, Harrington. It's a good clarification. Thank you. All right, today's episode is sponsored by Huel. And if you are a busy man in the morning, if you are on the go, but you still want to get a complete nutritious meal in your body, but you don't have time to do it, well, guess what? Huel is here to save the day. They are today's sponsor, and they have you covered. Huel, Huel, and their Black Edition is a complete meal so you feel full, focused, and ready for the day. Little prep so you can grab and go. Huel's already sold over 500 million meals around the world, and now is your turn to try it. New customers right now can get 15% off at Huel.com when you use the code BELIEVE. Huel is a perfectly balanced meal, saving you time, designed by experts to provide all the nutrients that your body needs from a meal, and they taste absolutely fantastic. Huel shakes actually taste like a milkshake, and they come in delicious chocolate or vanilla. The bonus is they're very low sugar, and lastly, Huel is incredibly affordable. With high protein meals less than $3 a go, it's a budget friendly option that I am genuinely excited to tell you about. The best part of Huel is that it's got a huge 40 grams of protein plus 27 vitamins and minerals. Or vitamins and minerals. So start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today. So go to Huel.com, use the code BELIEVE to get 15% off. One more time, Huel.com, and the code is BELIEVE for a nice 15% discount. All right, so what else has Harrington put in the notes? Dean Thomas says that Khamzat Chimaev winning the title will be a disaster for the UFC as he is not active enough to be a champion. Obviously, that fight goes down a week on Saturday. I'll be in Thailand for it, so I'll be watching it Sunday morning somewhere in Thailand. If you're in Thailand and you have an establishment, by the way, that has big screen TVs, you do delicious breakfast and you serve beers, I'm down to watch the fights. So leave a message, shoot me a DM, whatever it is. We're looking for somewhere to host the Bisping family whilst we watch UFC 318. But Paul, let me ask you, would Khamzat Chimaev winning the belt be a disaster for the division?
I got to agree that I think as far as promotion-wise, yeah, it could be, right? I mean, you know, if the dude goes out there and wins it justly, there's nothing you can say or do about it. But I do think that until we see him fight more regularly, then it is a question. It is a problem. I don't think one fight proves that still isn't going to be his trend. I think the dude's phenomenal, but I got to agree. I think if he wins, you know, and he's a bold character. He might just be like, yeah, that guy, I'm not fighting that guy. I want to fight this guy. I want to do that. You want to talk about a champion when they get their reins. I love him. I love his personality. But yeah, I mean, could be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been the most active. When he first signed with the UFC, he fought pretty quickly, like 2 or 3 fights in quick fashion. Fought once in 20.
He had some real health issues, which is always, you know, that's problematic. Like, that shit can come back.
I forgot about that. He got really, really sick. I forget what it was, but I remember at the time Dana saying he's in the hospital and he's in a really bad way. He fought once in 24, once in 23, twice in 2022, once in 2021. And then, you know, because I did a YouTube video on this, if you go to his Tapology page, the amount of fights that he had cancelled.
Really?
Yeah.
And those are tough. Those are tough trends to break. If you're that guy, you're just kind of that guy. You know, unfortunately.
14-0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's had 6 fights cancelled in the UFC. To be fair, 3 of them were against Leon Edwards. And that was in 2020 and 2021, so COVID. One of the cancelled bouts was Nate Diaz. However, he still fought. Who did he go up against? Kevin Holland, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Holland, so that fight went ahead. Cancelled bout against Paulo Costa. And then a cancelled bout against Robert Whittaker. That's right, they had to move that. Why was that one postponed for a little bit?
I think it was his being healthy. I'm not 100% sure, but I know he was having trouble with that, man. And it's just that is always concerning. Where it's like, not that these champions are expected to fight 3-4 times a year, right? But I think, you know, a guaranteed once or twice in the right spots. You know, that's the other problem, right? It's like, oh, we got this big thing coming up. We want you here. Oh, I can't do that one. And it's like, it's tough for them to shuffle that because it's pay-per-view stuff. It's not like they can just throw you into Apex and say, all right, well, we'll rematch it here. It's like, well, now their whole schedule gets.
Yeah. Herringbone, you jumped on.
I did. Yeah, no, he was forced out due to illness. I was just looking to see how quick of a turnaround it was, because that's where Ikram Aliskerov had to step up at the last second against Robert Whittaker.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Dean's dropping knowledge.
Yeah.
He's right. And he's not afraid to shit talk, is he? Dean's not afraid to just be like, this is how it is.
Yeah, and I love that about Dean. No, he's never been the most active guy, apart from when he had those 2 fights, I think it was. I think when he becomes the champion, you want to... I mean, if he beats Dricus Du Plessis, and by the way, he's a 2-1 favorite. I think that's crazy. I think that's a little bit disrespectful to Dricus Du Plessis, if I'm honest. But it could be an issue. I mean, a lot of people were concerned about the travel restrictions. Obviously, he's fighting in Chicago, so that's not going to be an issue.
For now.
I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see.
For now, too, on that, right? I mean, you would think some current administration type help potentially, whereas that's not there forever either for him necessarily, and depending on his ties and what's going on. Anyway, that's stuff I don't want to really.
He's definitely there for another 3 years, though.
Yeah, and I mean, right? You would think that would be the champion